Hello, welcome to the second day of the NERx, the virtual convention of the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. NERx is bringing you 4 nights of clinics, layout tours, and some roundtables, um, all representing the Northeast region. You can see all of these entries on our website at www.nerx.org. My name is Andy Estep, and I'll be your host for the evening. I'm in the Sunrise Trail Division. Uh, we appreciate your time, and we hope you enjoy the content we are providing. You can send comments and suggestions to info@nerx.org, and we will have links to all on our website to all of the clinics, layout tours, roundtable discussions, and tips and tricks for this year's events, as well as all of our past events. Please make sure to put your questions for the clinicians in the chat. We will have our clinicians with us live after the clinic video to address as many of the questions as we can. Now let's get started. Our first clinic for the evening is Doug Dederick. He is presenting a clinic about basic scenery from the ground up, and I'd like to introduce Doug. Here's Doug.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So your excuse me, your clinic is basic scenery from the ground up. Um, would you like to roll the tape, or
Sure.
do you have other things to introduce before we get it rolling?
Nope. I would say let's get started at speed. We could roll the tape. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my clinic on basic scenery tips. My name is Doug, and today we're going to cover some techniques that I use, starting with the pink ground foam and working our way up to planting some trees. So I've already put together a couple pieces of foam, and we're going to take this foam and we're going to transform it into hopefully some nice looking scenery. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's get started. Okay, so we have moved into the workbench. We have our little foam piece here, our little diagram. Now we're gonna take this piece of foam here and I want to cover it with some plaster. But I'm not just going to use regular plaster, although you could use your plastic impregnated cloth. I have done this before where you take the cloth and put that over it, but I'm not going to use that on this example today. What I'm going to use is your joint compound for sheetrock, the 90. This is just joint compound powder. I'm going to add some water to that, and I am going to take some of the foam that we created when we used the wire wheel. What this does is it creates some texture to the plaster. So I'm going to just put that in there. We're going to add some water. We're going to mix this up again. Okay, so I'm just going to take and I'm going to start laying this on there and spread it around. This probably could have been a little thicker, but that's okay. I want to kind of get those cracks filled in a little bit to smooth that out a little bit on my little ravine that I have going here. Taking this some of this stuff and spreading it around. And so we're just going to work with this, kind of get it where I want it. Smooth it out a little bit. All right, so I think you get the idea with this. I am going to let this dry. It's going to take some drying time, probably a good day or so before we can actually. And welcome back. We're back on the layout here. And yesterday we took that pink foam and we carved it out a little bit, and then we put some plaster on it. I have to confess, I grabbed the wrong bag yesterday. I told you that I was using the sandable sheetrock plaster, the 90. I did not. I actually did use plaster. As I was doing it, I realized that it was setting up really quick. And normally I have a lot more working time. So then I realized that, yep, I grabbed the wrong bag and it was plaster. It doesn't really matter. It still does the same thing. You're just covering your base with, like a shell. And so depending on what you use, you can use, some people use the pink foam. Some people use the cardboard weaving method to make their frame. However you want to do it, you're usually going to cover it with some type of plaster. So anyways, so we let that dry. It still needs to dry a little bit more, but it's okay to do our next step. And our next step is to take some paint and get rid of this white looking snow. So I have myself a can of, actually just a jar of some brown paint, Home Depot, Lowe's, any one of the hardware stores, cheap brown paint. You want it flat, get the flat paint. And so that's going to be my base color. And depending on the area that you live, this can vary. If you're in an area that, has a very light sand color, you might want to go a little lighter than this, or a little darker depending on your region. So we're going to take this and we're going to put one coat on it for now and let that coat dry. And I'll explain why we're going to do more than one coat. But for now, we're just going to take this and we're going to slap some paint on it and let it dry. All right, so we have taken our foam and we have put on our first coat of that brown paint. And the reason that I put a second coat on, I said I was going to talk about this a little bit, is because if you notice, by just putting one coat on, you can still end up with some spots that you either miss or the paint just soaks in and just leaves a little white, some little white areas. It's very hard to get that paint to really, on that first coat, that plaster is really absorbing some of that paint. So it's really hard to cover it, to get it so you don't get any of these white spots. As you can see here, here's a good spot that I missed. So that's one reason. The other reason that I put two coats of paint on is because with the second coat, I want to start adding some of the ground material to start bringing this to life. So what I've got is I've got some sand that I'm going to just sprinkle on in some of the locations. I have some dirt that I'm going to sprinkle on in this little ravine area that we talked about. And then I have some flocking, a mixture of flocking to add a little grass to the area. And when I say grass, it's just, basically just some foam at this point. We will be adding some static grass and building this up as we go along. So I'm going to go ahead and start doing that so you can kind of see my method. So we're going to take and start putting some paint on. I want to make sure that I get those white spots that I missed on the first coat. And the other reason that I do two coats is This paint is going to take, the second coat is going to take longer to dry now that that plaster has soaked up that paint. And it will make it easier for the material to stick to the paint as it dries. And that's what I want to do, right? I want to start building my scenery up with the paint acting as a bond with the material. And I'm being a little sloppy here. I would normally take a smaller brush around those rocks to kind of get it in all the nooks and crannies. All right, so I have a little bit there. And now what I want to do is I'm going to start adding some of the ground cover by just sprinkling in, and I'm experimenting with this color dirt here. I've used it in the past. This is kind of red, which is okay for my area. And again, some of this is going to, you might have to go back over a little of this later on, depending on what actually sticks to it and what doesn't. So again, I'm just kind of make a little area here where maybe there's a little runoff or something down in here, and kind of just do that. And build up a little area here. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to take some of my sand and also sprinkle it on there. I like using my fingers because I get a little bit more control, I feel, than doing it some other ways. But you can definitely sprinkle it on from the cup itself. Nice thing about something like this is I can tilt it up on when you're doing your layout. Of course, you won't have that chance to do that. And we're going to take a little of this grass material, and I'm just going to start adding some of this in around the area. And it's better to start a little lighter than really glob stuff on. You can always add stuff later. So right now I'm just getting kind of like a base. I may even miss an area or two. But now you get to see what we're doing here. And again, I'm being I want to put this paint on enough that it's going to really hold some of the material that I'm putting on. So don't be afraid to glob it on. You can always go back over, like right here, if I wanted to go back over that, I can go back over that. That's fine. I'm just going to leave that little area in between the rocks for right now. I definitely have to get a smaller brush to do that. And you know what? I'm going to just take and put a little bit more paint up in here. You know, like I said, even though I did this area, I can go back over it. And again, we're going to just kind of build things up a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let this dry, and we'll be back. So we've taken our test piece, we've put in some plaster on it, we've painted it, we put some gravel on it, we even put a couple rocks on it. Now we're ready for our next step. So our next step is going to be adding some static grass. And I want to talk to you a little bit about static grass. Static grass comes in a variety of colors and sizes. There's all different shades of green, from light greens to dark greens, and everything in between. They also come in different sizes, from 2 millimeter all the way up to 6 millimeter. They may even make 8 millimeter. Depending on your scale, will depend on the size static grass that you're going to use. With that said, I also mix my sizes. I also mix my colors. You don't want to just lay down one color and have everything the same color. In life, everything is variety of different shapes, textures, and colors. So you want to recreate that. So I use a variety of colors, and I use a variety of sizes depending on what I'm doing. The most important thing is, if you have a backdrop, you want to try to match the color of the backdrop. That's very important, obviously. So you're going to need a couple things when you lay down your static grass. You're going to need an applicator, a static grass applicator. There is a few commercially made applicators on the market from different manufacturers. They're all fine, or you can make your own. There's some videos on YouTube that you can watch to show you how to do this, and this is exactly what I chose to do. So I made my own applicator. It's kind of funky looking, but it does the job. I like that I have a gooseneck because that allows me to really kind of get in behind things or lay it down close to the backdrop. So I like this applicator. You're also going to need something to hold that static grass down. I use matte medium. This is a concentrate. It says to use 1 part concentrate to 4 parts water. I use something a little bit stronger. I probably mix it like 1 to 3. That's just me. I've also used 50-50, depending on the situation. Like if you have a bunch of gravel that you want to put down, or lay some rocks down, then you want something a little bit thicker to do that. But for the grass application, 1 to 3 works good for me. So you're going to need an applicator. This is my spray bottle that I use, but you want to be careful, and I'll talk a little bit about how to do this when we go back to the workbench. And also a paintbrush. And a paintbrush is for areas that you only want a little bit of grass. You maybe have like a gravel area, but you want to add a little grass to that gravel area. So you're going to dab some spots with that paintbrush, with the matte medium, and then put your grass down. So when you go to remove the excess grass, it's only sticking to certain spots that you want. And we'll kind of go over that when we go back to the workbench. So I think I've covered everything. And so with that, I'll see you at the workbench. Okay, so we have prepped our area that we are looking to put some static grass on. This is a one-shot deal, so we'll try to make it good. You can see that what I did is I cut some paper towels up just randomly, making an edge. I don't want a straight edge, but I don't want the static grass to go any further than what I have here outlined. So I've taken some paper towels, I've ripped up the edges to kind of not have a straight edge, and then taken another piece and set it over what I don't want. As you spray your matte medium, anywhere that matte medium goes, your grass is going to stick to. So just be aware of that. You want to cover anything you do not want the static grass to get on, and that includes your backdrop. My recommendation for if you are using static grass next to your backdrop, cover your backdrop with some plastic before you spray your matte medium. Because the grass will, like I said, will stick to anything that matte medium goes to, including my table, which I probably should have put some paper towels on. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna wet the area with some matte medium. You can see I'm doing quite a big area right here. What you don't want to do is you want to get this wet, but you don't want to soak it so much that it's pulling all that static grass down. A lot of people put too much white glue or matte medium on to where it's puddling, and the static grass is just going to go into that and just lay flat. You want that grass to stay up. So it's important that you don't put too much down, and so you just want to get it wet. So now we're going to turn on our applicator, and it's just a matter of sprinkling on this material and laying it down. It's a shake and bake thing. I've loaded this with Notch 50-20-20 is the material that I'm using on this. And this is a 2mm. So it's really not going to stick up very much, which is okay. I'm okay with that, because what I'm going to do is I am going to add static grass on top of this once this dries. Therefore, I have static grass basically sticking to static grass, making a variety, because then you can change the height on some of it, and I find I get a better effect doing that. And I know you really can't see this, but it is pulling that grass up ever so slightly. So you can see what I'm doing with that general area. Okay, so I'm happy with that. The other thing that I'll mention to you is one thing that I forgot, is that you're going to need a small vacuum. And the reason why you want a small vacuum is you can go over this later on, especially with the taller grass, and you want to take that vacuum and go over the top of it, and that helps pull the grass up and hold that grass up. Again, this is 2mm. It's very small stuff, so it's really, you can't really see it. It is sticking up slightly, and we'll take some pictures of that at a later time and show you that. So I'm just going to take the vacuum and kind of get the loose pieces, but also suck up some of that, or get it to stand up a little bit more. You want to be careful. You don't want it too close. If you go too close, you're going to have a crop circle. Just put it above it slightly. Okay, so now what I want to do is I'm going to remove this, and you can see a slight difference there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my brush, and I want to add a little bit more in some spots here, but I want to leave a few spots with just bare ground. So I'm just dabbing on where I want that grass to go. And I'll just say this. Go light. You can always add more scenery material. If you try to go too heavy, you know, the first time, you can't take it off. So it's better to go light because you can always add to it later on. So again, we're just going to go over that now. Okay, I hope you can see that, what we're doing here. Well, I'm bringing it up so you can see. I don't know if you can see that grass standing up a little bit there. And we're pulling it up. So I'm going to put a little bit more over here. And you can tell when this thing is working because it drags all that grass along with it. Okay, we're going to take that vacuum. And now you're going to see where those spots are that I didn't want grass. Okay, so there you have it. There's the first application of the static grass. Now again, what we're doing is we're starting from the base and we're working our way up. We're building the scenery from literally the ground up. So you want to start out with the plaster, your paint, your flocking, your static grass, and keep moving up with your trees being your last scenery material that you're going to plant or put on. So I'm going to play around with this a little bit more, and we're going to let it dry, and I'll get back to you with our next application of static grass. Okay, a couple things to remember when you're doing static grass. Once you're done, make sure you clean the spray applicator nozzle. You want to make sure that that tube is clear of any matte medium, because if you don't, the next time you go to use it, it's going to be clogged and you're going to be frustrated and it's going to be worthless. So make sure you clean the nozzle of that applicator. The other thing, and this is kind of a tip, when you're using the vacuum and you're cleaning up that loose static grass, one of my tips to save some of that grass, especially if you're putting down a lot of it, is to take a stocking, a nylon stocking, and cut a section of the foot off. Then what you want to do is you want to take it and shove it in the end of your nozzle, your vacuum hose. And, oh, I forgot the rubber band. Oh, well. So what you would do is now stick that in your head of your vacuum. And what you can do is wrap a rubber band around that. And that way, when you go to suck up all the loose static grass, you're able to save some of it. This works very well, although you have to remember you got to clean this out once in a while and dump it into a container and then put it back on and suck up the rest of the grass. So that's one tip I have for you as far as trying to save some of that static grass from just going in the garbage. Okay, so we'll be back and we're going to lay on some more static grass on what we've already done and change the color of the top grass that we're putting on. So we'll see you in a little bit. All right, so our next step in this process is to add some more static grass on top of static grass. And so what this does, so if you have your static grass that's already on there and you put some more static grass on, now what that does is that static grass sticks to the already upright static grass, and it makes that grass, I feel that it makes that grass stand up even more. So I've laid down a 2 millimeter grass. Now I'm going to put on a 6 millimeter grass, and it's going to be a Hickey 3370. I like this color green, so we're going to go ahead with that. We're going to put some of this green on top of what we've already done. I've already covered over some of the areas that I don't want sprayed. I'm using my same spray applicator as before. I have a smaller applicator that I use, and this works very well for just doing some smaller spots. But for this clinic, what I want to do is I actually want to, I'm going to do some bigger areas with this grass. So I've already put my grass in my applicator. I'm going to go ahead and spray this, and we're going to lay down that 6 millimeter grass on top of this 2 millimeter. And again, you don't want to overspray, just get it wet. I'm not trying to saturate it because I don't want the grass that's already there to, you know, puddle and lay down. So we've done that. I've just got to plug in my applicator. Make sure you have your wire attached here and ready to go. Okay, so let's put some of this down. On top of what's already there. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a little of this off. And I want to get a few more areas. I'm going to spray over here. Whoop, I don't want to do that. I don't want grass on my grass. All right, put a little bit more down. Okay, so we've talked about variety and texture. Colors and textures. So what I want to do now is I want to add a little different color grass to what I've already got. I'm going to take some Hickey 3371, which is a little bit more, I would say yellow colored grass, and I'm going to add it to what I have. I'm not going to really be too fussy here. I'm just going to sprinkle it around a little. Like I said, just to add a little variety. So we're going to wet this up a little bit. Again, giving variety. So we'll take the vacuum to that. We'll clean that up. And we'll be back for our next step. All right, so our next step is going to be adding some bushes to our scenery. We've built everything up. We've got some static grass. We've got a little bit of variety as far as colors go. Now I want to keep building up. So I have a few different materials here. I have a polyfiber. I have some flocking. from Scenic Express. I have some Woodland Scenic coarse turf material, and I have some Super Leaf from Scenic Express. There is a variety of scenery material out there, and I would advise you to experiment with as much of it as you want to. Different colors, different textures, see what you like, see what you don't. It's good to do a little test piece like something like this, and then work with it and see, practice your skills and see what you like and what you don't like. Sometimes materials that you think would look nice actually, don't work in the scenery that you're doing. So experiment. If you don't like it, then you could always start over. So, all right. So what I do is I take some polyfiber, and I'm going to take a little piece of this, and I'm going to take it and I'm going to tease it out. I want to tease this out. Just want to spread it out a little bit. Take it and shape it a little. And then I'm going to spray it. But before I do that, I kind of want to see where I want to put this, right? So I'm thinking I want some type of bushy material right here. I like that little knoll right there, and I feel like that should be a natural area for some bushes, maybe on the other side, maybe some back here. But I like that right there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that, and I'm going to put some matte medium on it. I just usually spray it right in my hand. But I think what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to spray it on my paper towel. And then I'm going to take and I'm just going to place that where I kind of had it. Kind of go like that. I'm going to spray a little bit around it. Oh, see, now that came out a little bit too much, but that's okay. Again, my spray gun is acting up on me. And I'm going to take some of this coarse turf, and I'm just going to put a little of that around this. Maybe a little bit on the bush itself. Okay, now what I want to do is I'm going to take some of my finer flocking, and I'm going to put it right over that bush. And I just take a little pinch with between my fingers. I want to control it and just sprinkle that on there. And I'm going to create a bush, but I'm going to also go a little bit over it too, right? Kind of spread it in with the surrounding area. And now you can see kind of what I'm creating there. I'm building that bush up. So that flocking acts like a, it's very airy. And that's what you're looking for. If my spray gun was working properly, and let's see if I can get it to do that. I can spray that again just to set some of that. And again, I'm going to spray a little bit more over here. And this is kind of coming out a little bit thicker than I wanted to. But I'm going to take and I'm going to sprinkle some of this ground foam over on this side as well. The coarse ground foam. just to create some of that bushiness. I think I'm going to put another bush back here. And we're just kind of going by the seat of my pants right here. Kind of what looks good to me. And I'm going to take some more of that poly. I'm going to spread it out. And I'm spraying the underside. So when I put that on, it's going to hopefully stick to that static grass. That's what I really want, right? So again, we're going to just lay it in there. And I'm going to go with a little different material now. I'm going to go with this super leaf material from Scenic Express. Again, kind of creating that airy, bushy feel to it. You don't want to overdo it. You want to keep it, you want to keep it so it's a little bit airy. And again, we're going to spray that. I hope you can see what we're doing here. I apologize for my arm being in the way on some of this, but this is kind of what we're looking for. Just building it up from the ground up. So I think I want to add just maybe a touch more right here. Put a little bush right there. Maybe use a little bit more of this material over there. And this is very forgiving. The nice thing about it is if you don't like it, just take it off. You can take that right off if you want. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to add some undergrowth to this area before I start planting some trees. I prepped a few items, so we can go ahead and do that. This is a pepper grass, what I call pepper grass. I've already put a little glue on it. I've already punched my spot where I want to put it. So I'm just going to set that right next to the rock. I have a couple more little pieces over here that I just want to stick in there. And the nice thing about this is you can kind of, subtract, take away, whatever you want to do with this. It's forgiving. Put a little piece over here. Another nice material to use is your super trees. So I've got this little super tree here. I've got a little piece that kind of broke off. Don't throw these away. So again, that can be used as undergrowth. So I'm just going to kind of stick this in here, put a little glue on that, and kind of just stick it in there. A little undergrowth. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to plant one of these trees. If I can find the spot. So you can see it's really starting to take shape now. And stick my head in here. There we go. Poke a hole. It's good to have tweezers to do this so you don't break off your stems. We know this super tree can be very fragile sometimes, as you can see. So there. So now we're starting to take shape. With that, I've got a few pine trees that I'm going to add in the background. Okay, there you have it. We've taken our pink foam, we've added plaster, we've painted the plaster, added gravel, we've added static grass, we've added two sizes of static grass, 2mm and 6mm, a couple variations in color. We've added some bushes to our scenery. A couple different variations. We've added some undergrowth, and we've planted some trees. I hope you enjoyed this clinic on basic scenery tips. Thanks for joining.
Form.
Yeah, so what I do with that is I actually use joint compound, but I don't use the type that you buy in the store that's already mixed. I use the powder, the 90% powder. I take that, I add some water to that, and then what I do is I grind up some pink foam or some whatever foam that I have. It doesn't have to be pink, but and then I add that to that plaster, and then kind of have like a goop that I put on top of that. I was going to do that when I did this clinic. However, I grabbed the wrong bag. I think I made mention of that. And I just used straight plaster, which is fine. You can do that. You can use Sculpt-A-Mold. You can use, any material that you want. It's basically, you're just trying to create that shell.
Hmm. And you do you grind up the foam? Is that what you're?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what I do is I try to save some of the shavings that when I take the grinder to the pink foam, um, it creates a little kind of like a foam dust or foam
Hmm.
shavings, and I take that and throw it in the bucket with the compound and use that. It gives it more texture instead of then just that smooth surface, which kind of just adds to the scenery base.
Another question the viewer had was, could you mix paint powders in with the plaster? Would that work if you're using the foam?
I've never done it, Peter. It's that's a good question. I haven't tried it. I don't see why you couldn't. Um, the only thing I would have to say is it depends on the material that you're using. If you're using uh, regular plaster, it may not work because you're changing kind of kind of that mixture up a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. That's a hard question to answer because I've never tried it.
Hmm. Um, Long term, how does your joint compound work? Does it crack over time if there's any like temperature changes?
I have never had any issues with the joint pound cracking or uh, doing that type of thing. Now, again, if it's a little bit too dry, if it's even with your regular plaster, the mixture has to be, pretty good to make sure that it's going to harden.
Mhm.
Um, but I've never had an issue with it. No.
Um, your Here's a question about your consistency for matte medium. Is 1 to 3 the same with the spray bottle or the in the cup application? Is it the same consistency or do you do it differently for the spray bottle?
Yeah, so the reason why you have to dilute it a little bit more using a spray bottle, because you want a fine mist, or you don't want it like a hose. So you want to mist it, and so you have to dilute the matte medium a little bit more, 3 to 1, even sometimes 4 to 1, depending on your applicator that you have. I've used matte medium straight out of the bottle, with a paintbrush.
Hmm.
It works just as well. So, it's that type of thing, Pete, where you kind of have to, depending on what you're trying to do. If I'm adding static grass to static grass, I just want to mist it because I don't want to wet it down so much with matte medium that what I already have done starts to lay down and pull that static grass down into a pool.
Hmm.
So yeah, so the mixture is just something you play with, depending on your applicator, I would say.
I see. Uh, what applicator, speaking of applicators, what applicator are you using for static grass? Is it a homemade applicator?
So yeah, so what we were just talking about was spraying the matte medium. Now you're talking about what I use for the static grass. So
Oh,
that is that applicator is a homemade static grass applicator that I actually built. You can go online and the YouTube has some different. If you just do like how to make a static grass applicator. There's some good videos out there that kind of show you step by step on how to make one. I just find that the commercial applicators just don't work well enough. So I wanted something with a little bit more kick, and uh, something that I could use to get in places and do what I needed to do. So that's kind of why I made my own,
hmm.
and it's a lot cheaper. I mean,
Yeah,
those grass applicators, right, Pete? I mean, we know
yeah,
they
yeah.
are they are very expensive. So I think I made mine for like under, I'll say under $30.
Wow,
So
wow,
yeah,
big difference.
yeah.
Um, uh, would another question we have here, would pre-wetting with alcohol for gluing damage anything that was already down? And where did you get the sand that you
Ah,
used?
oh, good question. Um, I don't think so. I don't think no. And I've actually have used wet water with alcohol.
Hmm.
Okay, I have done that to kind of pre-wet things. I've had no issues, using that. So yeah, you can definitely do that. Matter of fact, I have a little tiny when I do my ballast. You know how ballast, you lay down your ballast, and you got to get that wet before you actually start gluing that down. So I take a little applicator and I just spray that with water and alcohol mixture and get it wet before I actually start putting my matte medium down on it. Um, what was the other second part of that, Pete? I'm sorry.
Uh, where did you get the sand? The
Oh, the
sand
sand.
that you were
So
describing.
that's a secret. I can't give that up.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
No, I have gone to Montana and actually been out there on some field trips and picked up sand from the actual locations that I wanted to model. So that's where some of that sand comes from. Also from the backyard. So
Not like a secret swamp in Georgia
that's
where all the
that's right.
baseball sand comes from.
That's
Uh,
right.
what percentage of water do you use to glue the grass down? Was that the 1 to 3?
So yes. So that is more of the diluted matte medium, 1 to 3, um, somewhere around that. Again, depending on your applicator, you want that to come out. One more thing I want to say about the spray bottles is it's really, really important after you use them to kind of clean them right away.
Hmm.
Otherwise, that little nozzle will, get the matte medium will get hard, and the next time you go to use it, it's not going to work. So, I kind of make sure that I do an area and work in that area. But when I'm done, I go up and I clean that head, even if I'm going to work another area, because I just want to get a good spray and mist on the area that I'm doing. So
And how do you clean those? Just run water through them,
just
or?
run water through them. I just take them apart, run some water through them. I take the hose and I put the hose, the little plastic straw that comes down.
Mhm.
I put that in maybe a cup of water and make sure that I'm spraying all all the matte medium out of it, and until I get that water to come out, and then I'm good to go. So
That's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Doug. This was a really great clinic, and thank you for answering all these questions. Thank you again.
it's been my pleasure. Thank you so much, Peter, for having me.
Sure. And
Welcome to
now
the
we're back
2026
to
NERx Model
see some
Showcase.
tips and tricks.
Over the course
and,
of all
model
4
shows.
nights, you will have the opportunity to see all the models submitted for the showcase. Part 2 starts now. Jeff Murphy lives in New York and builds O-scale 2-rail trains. Here are some examples of models he built using Lance Mindheim's photolamination technique. He scratch builds all of his structures. He uses photographs of real buildings and structures, editing them with a photo software program. Jeff adheres the photos onto a plastic shell. Jeff learned this technique from Lance Mindheim, who he considers to be a master modeler. He publicly displayed his models for the first time ever at the Cocoa Beach RPM. Lance even posted a picture of them on his Facebook page. Jeff also wrote an article about how he builds them for Railroad Model Craftsman magazine, and it will be published shortly. It is not a quick and easy way to build models, but yields some highly realistic results. Ted Damone, a modeler in Rhode Island, models in O-scale. He provided several night scenes from his Ponderville Northern Atlantic Railway layout. In this scene that Ted created, Steve McQueen is trying out a new Indian at Majestic Motorcycles. In this scene, Ted has passengers waiting on the Hollywood beach car as delays with motive power are remedied. Passengers await the late evening departures to vacation spots along the East Atlantic seaboard in this scene. For Ted's final night scene, all is quiet at midnight in Ponderville, while the Hollywood beach car couples up for the midnight run to the northeast coastal vacation lands. Last stop, Thunder Bay. Ted also provided this scene from his layout, a Union Meeting building. The building is scratch-built based on railroad company employee housing quarters in the 1930s to 1950s. The figures are from Shapeways and Model U, Great Britain, all hand-painted by Ted. This model, Balfour and Calucci Creek Southern SD40-2 number 1700, is Dennis Calucci's first time super detailing a model. Dennis is a member of the Hudson Valley Division and models in N-scale. Starting with a stock SD40-2 from Cato, he stripped the existing paint to have a clean base to work with. He added many details, such as a functioning rotary beacon on the roof of the cab, scratch-built sun shades, and etched metal wind deflectors on each side of the cab. A CNW-style gong bell on the nose, coupler cut levers, MU cables, and windshield wipers. He also removed the existing molded-on grab irons and fans and replaced them with metal equivalents. He custom painted the model for his freelance railroad and added custom designed decals printed by Fusion Scale Graphics. The locomotive also has a Digitrax sound decoder installed and microtrain couplers replacing the Cato ones. We are midway through the NERx Model Showcase. That means Part 3 is coming tomorrow night.
Hi guys, my name is Peter Bach. I'm going to do a quick tutorial on Rusty and Dusty, cleaning and detailing aids for old and not so old trains. I'm going to have to go fast. This presentation normally is 20 minutes. I'm going to try and see if I can get it done in 15 or less, so my apologies. So soap and water and a brush is the first stop. Using a toothbrush, it will lift off and doesn't leave micro scratches as opposed to a sponge that will contain and carry the often offensive, abrasive sand and dust with it. So soap and water cleans dust and oil, brings back shine to the surface. It does minimal work in cracks and crevices. It's water-based. The water must come off. The next one is acetic acid vinegar. It dissolves rust and calcium deposits. It has no cleaning power of oils and greases, and it accelerates rust. So please, that has to come back off. So first you wash it with water, with distilled water if you have it, and then you try to get the distilled water off with WD-40. There's CyberClean, which I absolutely love. You press it onto the model. It doesn't break the details. It's very conforming, and I'll show you a picture of it later in my examples. It's a really good product. It's easy to use. It's decal safe, but it leaves a film on the model. WD-40, which was originally water displacement Formula 40. It's a powerful cleaner, loosens rust, displaces water, lubricates. Not a great lubricant, but it also can dissolve plastic and paint. Not good for rubber either. It contains silicone and hydrocarbons. Then there's Flitz polish, which I really, really love. This stuff was originally intended for use on chrome, but you can use it to take an oxidation layer off of plastic, and it leaves the shine with a thin protective layer. Sticky lint roller. It'll take off animal hair and other kind of dust. It's also, again, a really good product. CyberClean will also do the same. Then there's the can of air, which will remove a lot of the dust in the least abrasive way. But you have to be clear about the fact that if you do it indoors, you're just redistributing the dust onto something else. There's rubbing alcohol, which is a really good product. It will clean rosins off of solder, off of circuit boards. Sometimes it can leave a residue. Be careful. Vallejo paints can be removed with alcohol. Acetone is even more aggressive about removing paints, especially the Vallejo. And you have to protect your skin because it will dry it out. It will take the oils out of your skin. Then there's the super ultra skin degreaser, which is benzene is the more correct term for it, but you know it as Ronsonol or Zippo lighter fluid. I put it in a little glass jar, and I bathe the loco parts in it and shake it like a martini. It eventually gets everything off. Do not get the great idea to put it in an ultrasonic cleaner, because that makes some of the fumes airborne, which are then highly flammable. Xylene or any paint thinner works really well to get oils and greases off, but it will also get paints off of model railroads. And it has destroyed many a model until I knew when to use it and when not to use it. So this is just briefly something about matching colors. I don't think we need to get into that. And you can take paint off if you want to take it off. You can take it off with brake fluid. Just don't do it on plastic, because it will also enter the plastic, and eventually, even after it's completely dried, you can make the new paint layer swell and come off as well. So this is something for metal. You can take off paint with grit, a 3002 200 up to 800 grit, and if you do it slowly, you can get screen printed stuff off of locomotives if you want it to be removed. The consumable parts for Markland trains, this was originally a Markland presentation, are here. There are other consumable parts, much less for a two-rail locomotive. Lubricants that you use, you can almost always trust Labelle. Some are better for some applications, and here are indications of what applications they're for. Other applications are, I wouldn't use a grease on a race, but it will work. Two other oils that I recommend, the original Markland and the Faller. Do not use sewing machine oil. That stuff tends to gum up and tends to make your model not want to move after the oils have oxidized. A watchmaker's oiler, you've got 3 little wells here. You put 1 or 2 drops in, and then you put the tip of the watchmaker's oiler in there, and then you touch it to the appropriate spot where you want the oil to go. This will prevent over-oiling, and I deal with so much over-oiling in my hobby that my friends bring me models to repair, and oftentimes they are just so terribly over-oiled. Be careful not to do it. I have 4 cases here of the actual things that I had to deal with. Look at this neat locomotive with 2 B units in the middle. I think that looks absolutely cool. Dunderbrixen are thunder boxes, which is a term for passenger cars of the late 30s, early 40s, and into the early 60s in Germany that were just loud and horrible to travel in. But they got you there. This is one such model. It's for the German, East German Railroad. It's a model after East German Railroad. And this thing was soaking in a basement, in a flooded basement, apparently, I think for years, but maybe just for months. It looks horrible. There you go. That's what we were dealing with. So I soaked it in vinegar, and after a vinegar bath, this is what it looked like. We still had some rust here, which I could have just left. Makes it look like more patina. Some rust down here. This is actual rust. This isn't weathering. Then I used WD-40 on it, and some of the paint came off. Maybe it came off from the vinegar, but somehow this manipulation it didn't like. Then I took a toothbrush and my Flitz paste, which is a antioxidant, and there we go. That's the result. It needed to be washed one more time. You've still got some streaking here. This can be eliminated with water, and after you reassemble it, you need to get the WD-40 off and everything, and then you have I had a working model. CyberClean. This CyberClean stuff is wonderful. If you look at the roof, that'll take soap and water and a long time to get off. Just use CyberClean, stick it on, pull it back off, and you're done. This stuff's amazing. It's made in Switzerland. Radio Shack used to sell it. Then I had a 1985 museum car. It had somehow some paint had dripped onto it, so that I was able to buy it. Normally they're very expensive. I can't use thinners, otherwise I would have ruined the paint. I used sandpaper, very fine sandpaper and water, and I took it down layer by layer. I'm showing a series of screen-printed locomotive where I did the same thing. I just took the screen printing off by sanding it and very carefully going over it again and again and again, and eventually you can see how it's getting thinner, and then finally it was gone. Then I put a decal over it, and this is one of my favorite models. Then there's the Swiss RE460. It was submerged in water after a house fire in Croatia. The guy sold it, and I got the model. It's a Hauk. It's a very well-known Swiss manufacturer that builds these model trains like a robust car. They're built like a tank, built like a Swiss watch, whatever you want to say. So I submerge it for 30 minutes in vinegar, and this is the kind of before, because I had another one just like it, and this is what the gears look like afterwards. It's absolutely amazing. And so, questions?
This is a short story about a tortoise, but not this kind of tortoise. Hello, I'm Chuck Diljak of the Garden State Division, and in this NERx Tips and Tricks segment, I'll show you what caused a problem with my tortoise switch machine by Circuitron and how I fixed it. I just finished installing and wiring the first sections of track on my new layout. Eager to see something move, I placed the locomotive on the rails and powered up my DCC system for the very first time. And then I heard it. The sound no layout owner ever wants to hear. A short. I went through the usual troubleshooting steps. I checked the wiring. I swapped locomotives. I made sure nothing metallic was lying across the rails. I tried a few other quick fixes. Nothing worked. Then I remembered. I was using one of the single-pole double-throw contacts on each tortoise machine to power the turnout frogs. So I began disconnecting the wiring from the tortoise machines one at a time. When I disconnected the third machine, the short disappeared. To confirm, I replaced that tortoise machine and reconnected the wiring. The short returned. That confirmed it. The tortoise was the source of the problem. So what went wrong? First, a warning. What I'm about to show you will void the warranty. The tortoise carries a 9-year warranty, and opening the case will damage the label seal. That said, I have tortoise machines that are 25 to 30 years old, well beyond the warranty period, that have operated flawlessly until now. So let's do some damage. Start by loosening the 5 screws that hold the green case together using a Phillips screwdriver. Again, this will damage the label and void the warranty. Separate the 2 halves of the case and remove the internal swing arm assembly. In my machine, one of the single-pole double-throw contacts had come loose. If you use these contacts to power turnout frogs, a loose contact can cause one of 2 problems. First, if it touches both the positive and negative traces connected to your DCC bus feeders, it creates a direct short, and that was my issue. Second, if the contact fails to touch anything at all, the frog won't receive power, which can cause the locomotive to stall on the turnout. To fix the issue, use a number 17 or number 18 chisel blade to carefully slice through the plastic rivets that hold the contacts in place. Next, use a file to flatten the remainder of the plastic nubs on the swing arm. Only remove enough material to create a flat surface. The outline of the nub should still be visible. Don't file it completely flush. Before drilling, use a sharp punch or awl to create a small indentation on the center of each nub. This is why you don't want to remove them entirely. They help you see where to place the indentation, and the indentation helps you center the drill bit. Using a number 60 drill bit, drill 4 holes through the centers of the nubs, guided by your indents. Once the holes are drilled, tap them with a 0090 tap. Reattach the contacts using 4 brass 0090 by 3/16 inch screws from Walthers. Tighten the screws so that they're snug against the contacts and swing arm, but don't over-tighten them. Reinstall the swing arm and inspect your work carefully. Each contact has 2 pairs of fingers. Each pair should touch a different trace on the printed circuit board attached to the motor. Make sure no pair bridges multiple traces. Close the case, reinstall the 5 screws, and tighten them with your Phillips screwdriver. Before putting the machine back on the layout, use a multimeter to check continuity on both pairs of single-pole double-throw terminals in both swing arm positions. After completing the upgrade, reinstall the Tortoise machine under the layout. And most importantly, power up your system and make sure you no longer hear that dreaded sound. And that's it. On with the show.
Welcome back. We are going to have our first roundtable of the evening, and it is modular model railroading, and the host is Steve Erickson.
So on to me, I guess. Here I am. I'm the host. I guess I'm leading this moderation. I'm moderating this. Not sure why, but here I am. We have some real experts with us, as opposed to myself. So let's get them introduced and find out who they are. So, Dennis, you want to go first?
Yeah, so my name is Dennis. My name is Dennis Colucci. I've got 8 feet of T-Track modules, and I've been working in T-Track for a couple of years now, and happy to be here. Mike?
Okay, Mike, I've built off something of everything. I've built O-scale portable layouts, G-scale portable layouts, home layouts, T-Track modules, HO modules, and I've kind of done a lot for a long time. Never really settled on one thing.
And the unique thing is that none of them actually run.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. Brandon.
That's all right.
I'm Brandon. I primarily do HO scale Freemo, and I have my own little layout downstairs. It's kind of sectionalized.
And I'll just give you a little background on what I do. I was superintendent here at the Little Rhodey Division about 10 years ago. We had a strategic planning session, and we said, we aren't doing enough with N-scale. Too many people are HO. Everybody's HO, basically. So what could we do with N-scale? And we decided to create a T-track layout. So we have a divisional layout. One of the things we did with it was to create a specific time and place. So although everybody has freedom to do whatever they want within their modules, it also has kind of a consistent theme and time, which I think is an important thought as we move forward in this discussion about the future of modular railroading, given the changing nature of the fan base of the group that are doing these things. So, that's kind of a little bit of a introduction for me. What I discovered is that it takes very little to be an expert. People just have to sort of assume that you know something, and maybe you do, and then you look it up on ChatGPT and you're all set. So I just wanted to run through a little bit of one of the things that I was thinking about as I was developing some of the game plan for this roundtable. One of them is that we have seen an evolution, especially over the past 25 to 30 years, in how people go about model railroading. You know, when I got started in this, by the way, I'm the average age of the NMRA member, and I have been for the last 40 years. So I get older, you know, the average age gets older. But the bottom line is people don't live the way they used to. People used to have basements that could be dedicated to. Some people still do, but people would live in a house for a long time. They'd have the same job for a long time. They would spend years or decades building a layout. Today, it's much more open in that respect, that people will be moving more. They need smaller spaces. They need a clear, easy, and inexpensive entry into the model railroading world. And I think that modular railroading gives people the opportunity to get into the hobby without this massive financial barrier up front, or this massive work project that may involve things like bench work and so forth that people really aren't very interested in. So I think that the growth of the modulars has been a result of the change in the nature of the modelers. I think it's also been a result of the fact that we have much more effective electronic and other systems to be able to interconnect systems, such as on the T-track and the Primo systems. So that's kind of my introduction to it and why I think I was asked to do this. The other possibility is I was asked to do this because everybody else turned it down. But that, Dennis, tell me about your T-track modules.
Yeah, so I've got basically I have one single module that just lives by itself, and that's a little apple orchard that I built with my girlfriend, which was fun because one of the greatest things I think about T-track is it's really easy to kind of get into. You know, you only have to do 1 square foot of model railroading to start. So for folks who haven't done a lot of model railroading before, it's a great place to, you know, kind of get into the hobby. So I've got that one on its own, but then the other great side of T-track is you can build big scenes that you can store and put in a box. So my other scene is 7 feet. It's 3 double modules and 1 single module, and it models Hopewell Junction, New York, as it would have been in the late 1960s, early 1970s in the New Haven and Penn Central era. So I've got a scene that's made up completely. It's a freelance scene, and then I have a scene that's very prototype. So I kind of have both sides of T-track between those. It really shows the breadth of what you can do with just a couple of wooden boxes.
Right. Is there a group that you're involved with that shows that? Do you take yours to places and so forth?
Yeah, so I started doing T-track with my local club, which is the Hudson Valley Railroad Society, where we meet at the Hyde Park train station right on the Hudson River. And a couple of years back, we decided to start doing annual T-track competitions to, 1, try and get more people to come into the hobby, and 2, having a local event for model railroaders in the area to work on. And that's kind of where I started. And we have semi-annual meets. But then I've brought my modules to Springfield, the big Springfield show from the Amherst Railway Society. I've brought them just recently up to Rochester for the Rochester RPM to display them there. So lots of different places, you know, and of course the local Poughkeepsie train show every year as well. So it's, you know, it's something that I get to show off my modeling in all these different places. And T-track is super easy to transport because it's only 1 square foot, 2 square feet. I found online someone who had a 3D print design to put some PVC into a Sam's Club 28 gallon bin and you can stack 2 double modules inside one bin,
Yeah.
and it's super easy, super convenient to transport that way.
Right.
So, and store that way. So it's pretty nice.
Brandon, your system, you have more of a Fremo operation, right?
That's right. I'm what you could say the normal introductory Fremo modeler there is. I belong to my own little group down here in Sydney, New York. I got my start through the Albany Fremo group out of Albany, New York, and the thing I do envy about T-Track is being able to fit a lot of modules in my car. I drive a Super WRX, so if you imagine me trying to carry a 4-foot long module, trying to fit it into what is effectively a tad smaller than a Subaru Impreza, you're gonna be like, why did you do this?
It's the squeeze, I'm sure.
But that's HO scale, right?
Yes, that is HO scale.
And you have legs with it.
Yep, I got right now it's not the most efficient mean of legs, but it's 2x4s.
Right. And so one of the differences between the two is the portability of the T-Track. Yeah. But what do you see as the advantages of the Fremo as opposed to T-Track? What do you get out of that we the T-Trackers can't get?
So I'm not really all too familiar with T-Track, other than I've seen at shows where it's mainly a bigger, larger loop.
Huge loop.
Yeah, and Fremo I see more operations out of. I come from a home layout where I can sit there for hours running trains around the circle. When I go to a Fremo group, Fremo meet, I can do switching. I can work the yard. I've worked the massive yard at Springfield last year, and myself and 2 other members, we couldn't keep up still with just 3 of us working that yard. So it brings a nice fresh change of pace with Fremo compared to, like, I guess running in a loop. Like, I don't mean to talk down to it, but like what T-Track is, very similar to running in a loop through many different scenes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say, from the T-Track side of things, what I think Fremo gives that T-Track doesn't is a little more flexibility in the kinds of scenes you can model, because with T-Track you're limited to double track, and the tracks have to be pretty much straight or curves. You can't really get big sweeping curves and more complex track work in the way you can with Fremo. So it's, T-Track is great for, introductory stuff, and it's great for building little scenes that are very portable, but the types of scenes that you can build is somewhat limited by the modular standards. Right. So that's something I think, from my side of the fence, I see Fremo does that I would be like, I think is pretty neat, that I wish we could do in T-Track.
Maybe someday we can.
Yeah.
We're maybe moving in that direction. One of our members in our division built a module. I think it was a 3-foot module, and the main line was, of course, the Cato Unitrack. But once it went off, he developed a fairly sophisticated track plan using regular and track, and scale track. So there is the possibility of that, but it's a little harder.
Yeah.
Mike, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the difference between modular and portable or sectional layouts, because I've worked with Mike. You might remember the Chester and Beckett, and Mike was one of the people that was instrumental in that, along with Steve Morrow, and I did a couple of structures for that, and now we're working on an Alaskan OM3 layout, which is sectional. Is that right, Mike? Is that the way?
Yes, I think. Yes, let me say, I'd like to say one thing that one point Dennis, I believe, made. I've seen modular systems, especially in N scale, where one person has built 3 or 4 modules, and if the modules are assembled together, you could do all sorts of stuff within that 10 to 12 feet. So that is possible. But I would say big difference. And one thing that always, I guess people talk about terminology, but when we were studying design, modules are pieces that can be interchanged. A module is a piece that you could take one out and drop another one in. It doesn't matter what's on it, but they all fit in any order. And a sectional layout is a layout in pieces, but the pieces only fit one way. And that's a big distinction. They tend to be smaller. They have to be kind of a single purpose. One thing I think is important, two things that I'll let someone else talk, is that the module groups tend to be open to anyone who wants to join. Sectional layouts tend to be more invitational, built by a group of friends. And friends tend to invite other friends into it. One thing we've done, Steve asked me to mention, is that we've used a lightweight table system that we borrowed from the Narragansett Bay Navigation ON30 Fremo, and also it's used by the Coastal Mountain and HO scale, and the specs are on the web on the Little Rhodey webpage. Steve also asked me to mention that Steve Morrow had found these great folding legs in the department in the catalog, and we have these metal folding legs.
I think it was legs.com, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but they're just like folding legs on a table. They just go up and lock, and they're perfect, and you can adjust them, and they're light, and they're indestructible. But I think the big difference is sectional and modular, and they're the same insofar as they can both be moved.
Right. And I think there's a possibility for sort of integration of the two concepts, that you can create a second using that leg system that Steve Morrill developed. And there are places online where you can see that. And I have some photos of that. That basically attach the bench work or the box part of the bench work directly to the legs. So then you fold up the legs and you've got a 4 or 6 foot section. And so 3 or 4 different people can each work on a section, and it's sort of like modular. And if you have the right plan in advance, you can even make it modular if you know where the track is going at each end of it. So there is sort of this hybrid system that you could develop as well. Again, it makes it more accessible to the public. One of the things we do with our T-track layout, and I think others do this a lot too, is to take them to libraries and to other places so that people can see them. And Dennis, is that something that your guys have done?
So we, at least in the Hudson Valley Railroad Society, we haven't done that yet. We have just done our meets at the station, and we've done our meets at the train show. But I know the folks up in the Albany area, New York area, do library shows all the time. The folks out in Western New York do library shows all the time. So it's a pretty common thing for sure. Because with T-Track, you can just put it up on any little table pretty much.
Right. And so we have found that libraries in particular are generally pretty excited about having a model railroad there. So we have a membership table. We have it open to the public. It's a good PR mechanism, a lot simpler than a traditional 2x4 HO module system that started to develop, I guess, in the 70s. So it does have that.
I had something about the T-Track. I like it because it's sort of a pop-up system. You can pretty much carry the pieces easily and set up a pop-up layout in a very short time. It doesn't require an elaborate or day-long setup.
Yeah, T-Track setup usually takes, for an average sized meet, which is, maybe 20, 30 modules, probably half an hour, 45 minutes from when the first person gets there to when trains are running, because it's all just connected with the Unitrack. For anyone who doesn't know about the T-Track standard, basically the only way the modules are held together is through the unijoiners on the Kato Unitrack, and power is supplied from module to module through a bus running down between the modules. So because that's all it is, it's very easy to get things up and running.
Brandon, how do you connect the Fremo modules?
We have to utilize fitter rail per standard. The fitter rail, the way that works is you cut 1 inch off the edge of your module rail. So say here's the end of your module, here's underneath the opposing rail, then you have your connections.
That sounds painful.
I mean, In a perfect world, if everybody's track was exactly, cut the right way, all the decorative spikes and the ties were gone, or if you, I'm going to call it Paul on this one, use a code 80 or, use the code 83 joiner instead of a code 70, then you have more success. I mean, there's other means too. I know, like the sipping and switching Speedmo group, theirs is something I really want to look into. It's something that I think everybody, that's interested in some sort of modular should explore too. Is they use an alignment style that just butts right up to the edge of each module.
Yep.
And there is no fitter rail. It just runs right over top the joint. Off it goes. And those layouts get huge. Freemo and Speedmo can get humongous.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you've ever been in the what's it called, the building at Amherst, where you have both the Freemo and the Freemo HO layout in the back corner, takes up basically that whole side of the building.
The Mallory, yeah.
Yeah, Mallory, thank you.
And then you have other events like Super Train Alberta. There's Dougfest. I'm looking at the chat and I see Tim popping up here and there. Tim Moran, he's one of the Speedmo guys out in Ohio. Those layouts are just huge, absolutely huge.
One of the things, our people are not necessarily the most accurate, which can be a problem with T-Track. So one of the things we did in our group, which is different from just about everybody else, is that we use the expansion tracks to connect the modules. Cato has that incredible little expansion track that I should have brought a sample and just put it. If you can't imagine it unless you've seen it, about how they have this system so that you can connect the track together when there's a bit of a differential. So that's how we sort of fudge the issue with respect to connectivity between the different modules.
Yeah, it expands from a 78 millimeter piece of track up to 108 millimeters. So it's got, an inch and a quarter of expansion possibility, which is great for if you need to just fudge the distance a little bit.
Get that little edge in there. Across. The other thing that I ran across, and this is kind of new, is that there's at least one manufacturer who's building T-Track modules in HO scale.
Mm-hmm. I've seen and heard of that. I haven't seen it in person yet. But I don't really know much about it other than, it's the same general design of a module. Yep. Uses HO unit track instead of N scale unit track. Yep. And, from what I've seen of it, it's not as popular as some of the other HO standards because you can't really put a lot of scenery behind the track because of how much, you're a quarter of the size in N scale versus HO scale.
Right.
So it's a lot less space to do scenery to build a scene on the module, but I know it's something that's out there.
Yeah. So where are we going on this?
I have a couple.
Is the future Freemo, T-Track, sectional?
I think it's some combination of all three. If I had to be totally honest.
Yeah.
Definitely a combination of all three. You go to shows and you see new modules popping up in every single aspect.
I know both Andy and I have used T-Track as a way to kind of introduce new modelers to the hobby or promote people trying new things through the Upload Express Modelers project that we did over the last year or so, where we encouraged content creators to make a T-Track module and document the process to, promote the hobby to their audience and try something new in the hobby. But as people get further into it, I think pivoting to Freemo is a great move for them as they want to do more operations because while you can do ops on it on T-Track, it's a lot harder. Whereas Freemo is set up a lot more for that. And then for when I eventually build a layout at home, I plan for it to be sectional. That way, if I need to move somewhere in the future, I can take the pieces apart and put them back together in a new space. So I think all three are great for different purposes these days.
I want to mention two things that have been in the press over a period of time. if you read Model Railroad Hobbyist, Joe Fugate has promoted this idea of what he calls a TOMA, or the one module approach, where basically he's saying, look, the idea of building a basement empire is great. Why don't you start with a section? See if that isn't. So it's very conceptually similar to what we're talking about in terms of modular systems, and also allows for portability. So if you have 10 4-foot sections in your basement, but they're all removable, you've got a lot more options going forward than trying to deconstruct an entire basement layout. Also, Tony Kostler had a number of years ago a system called the Layout Design Module, or the LDM, where he basically, again, was conceptualizing the idea of a modular section that can be sort of put into place in a layout. So it isn't modular in the sense of transportable to a library, but it's module. It is a module in the sense of moving the pieces around and expanding as you go. So
see, now you're getting more into what I would call sectional, because the pieces, to me, the module is the pieces are interchangeable.
Yeah.
Sectional, the pieces are not interchangeable.
Well, Mike, you did, I think, 3.
I think that's a big distinction, but yeah.
I think you did 3 modules for the Roadie group, and they are all very scene specific, right?
Yeah, but they were, well, I guess they were based on one. Well, just to get into one thing I liked about the Roadie modules is I used to ride the Northeast Corridor from Providence to New York, and the whole idea of the main line just slicing through the world. It's just like 2 tracks that just cut everything down the middle. And I'd sit down in Providence, and you'd be going through the industrial area south of Providence, and that kind of thought that would be neat to build some of that stuff. It's all high speed, and brings back part of my past.
So something specific, like the Atlantic Mills in Providence, was a specific design element that you created that gives a sense of time and place. Our modular program is designed to be 1950s transition era New England coast, within that, in early fall, not late fall, but so that just gives us a backdrop for the entire layout. I think one of the problems that sometimes you see with a T-track layout is there's scenic discontinuity.
So I don't know. I think some people could see that as a problem with the layout, but I honestly I see that more as a benefit of T-track, because people aren't tied to, like if you're doing a club layout, a sectional club layout or a modular club layout or something like that, you're limited to what you can model. Whereas with modular standards like T-track and Fremo, you can model whatever scene you want. And, you could have a scene that's in the dead of winter next to the scene that's in, the height of summer, but that's because that's what that person wanted to model. And sure, it may not look, it may not be a continuous scene across the whole layout, but I think that's a benefit, not necessarily a detractor for T-track, at least for me personally.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Exactly.
I was about to say, because if I was told I had to specifically model, like, say, the Southern Pacific, I would not even bother, exploring that. But like Dennis said, you have so much freedom. Granted, yes, Fremo's supposed to, if you look on the Fremo actual like background, it says it's it's meant for prototype scenes, but in reality, a lot of them are freelance. There's no hold. Like, I can have a early 2000s Canadian Pacific scene move right into like 1930s upstate New York with unit milk trains. It's
So what do you use for electrical power for those? Is the Fremo DCC? I assume it is.
Yeah, so the Fremo standard is calls for Digitrax DCC. So you have the side panels is all Digitrax UP7s or UP5s, and it runs all of the Digitrax DCC system and power supply.
Mhm.
And of course, all the connections are standard. We utilize something called Anderson PP 15-45s, or power pole 1545s, and it's uniform across the board. There's no, well, this one has, a household plug. It's like, no, it's 1545s or nothing. Intra module, you can do whatever.
Whatever you want.
But as soon as you hit the end and want to connect to someone else, you have to have the standard plugs.
Dennis, what do you use?
For T-Track, we for power, it depends on the setup. Typically, at bigger shows, you'll run Digitrax DCC for all the loops, but some shows like, even at Amherst, we had a layout that had four independent loops, a big loop on the outside and three smaller interior loops. And one of those interior loops was DC for anyone who had DC models that they wanted to run at the show. But in terms of connecting, running the bus, it's typically the standard, I believe, as far as I'm aware, is still Tamiya mini connectors, which is what's on the end of standard terminal unit joiners. But people are starting to move towards using Anderson power poles more and more, just because they're a little more available for people to get for cheap. You don't have to necessarily get a wire from Kato. You can get, any wire and then hook up a power pole connector to it. But as far as I'm aware, the standard is still the Tamiya mini connector.
And the color connections from front to back are?
Front track. This is something I always screw up. Let's see if I get it right. I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
Sorry to put you on the spot.
The wires, because for a number of reasons, including having just a single line of modules with big balloon loops on the end, the wires from the front track to the back track go blue wire, white wire, blue wire. So the standard is that the two tracks are wired in reverse from one another. For things like what I said, if you have only a single line of modules, but you have a balloon loop on either end, you can run a single straight piece of modules as, one track is one direction, the other track is the other direction. It's just one singular loop instead of two loops, one inside the other.
So if you're trying to wire, say, a crossover.
That's where you get in trouble. So I have a crossover in my modules, and I just had to insulate that piece. And when I'm running it at home, I have a wire that inverts the, I basically took a wire, cut it in half, soldered it backwards to forwards, and then I use it as a way to invert the polarity on that point. That way I can use the crossover. But
I think I heard that on Star Trek, reverse the polarity.
So I think we got almost 10 minutes left. Andy, you want to bring up some questions from the chat?
There's some questions in the chat, yes. One of the questions is specifically directed to Brandon. When will the quarry be done?
Yeah, that's always a question I ask myself every day as I stare at the wood just laying underground in the basement. Hopefully by August. If anybody's new to Fremo, I'm a shameless plug here. This is actually my first ever shameless plug in front of more than just two people. Sydney Shakedown, July 31st setup, August 1st, August 2nd. If you have new modules, bring your modules to that. It's in Sydney, New York. Join on the groups.io. I'll also be posting everything, but in every other group. However, the quarry will be done hopefully by August.
Great.
Anything else?
Great. Good luck. Next question. Describe the differences among the standards of the different modular systems. We may have covered this a bit, but just a quick, I guess the T-Track versus Fremo. Fremo is single track mostly, connecting one to the next. Is that right?
Fremo, you can have, Fremo you can have single or double.
Typical is single track, but there is provision for double track modules, right?
Yes. It would involve different faceplate lengths between the two, but mainly it's single or double.
Yeah. So, Brandon, I guess if you want to talk about since the faceplate is kind of the defining standard of Fremo, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So the faceplate is just meaning the connection point of your module where it butts up to someone else's module. Your single track is 24 inches. Your double track is 26 inches. And that makes it so, the fascia is flush. You don't have any variations between, single, double, single, double. That's probably not the right way of explaining it. It just allows so you have a little bit more surface area because you have to space your track apart as well. I think it's 11 inches on center left rail and then no center. There, if you look at the standard, if you get questions tonight, I encourage everybody to look at the standard, ask questions in the Facebook group as well. It's Fremo Mile Railroading on Facebook. The main thing is the 24 inches versus 26 inches is just basically giving you that extra inch on the side for having the extra track and then retracting that.
Okay, and then this is a two-part question, but I feel like they go together. What led you to modeling your selected modular standard? And what advice do you have for someone who might feel overwhelmed at first glance at these standards? It's a lot.
Well, my response is come to the convention.
Yes. we will be talking more about that at the convention for sure. But
because we're gonna, there's gonna be a lot of T-track discussion and building there. It's a good entree point. So that would be my first response would be to come in October.
So I'll jump in a little bit. The reason I picked T-track is one, I'm primarily an N-scale modeler, so T-track is kind of one of the most common. The three common N-scale modular standards are T-track, N-track, and Fremo N. N-track and Fremo N both require legs. They both require, it's a little bit more involved to get into. And T-track, you can get, I think for Fremo N and N-track, you can get kits too. But for T-track, there are a lot of really accessible kits available online from manufacturers. There are different people that create these kits that you get a flat pack and you put the box together. It's a laser cut wood and stuff. So it makes it very easy to get into, including things like engraving the length, what kind of track you need on the top face of the module. So that made it very easy for me to get into T-track by just picking up one of those kits, getting the track I needed that was printed on top of there. And because it's just 1 square foot, it makes it very easy. So, the standard list might look a little bit intimidating if you just read through the modular standard, but once you start to get into it, especially with T-track, because the box itself you can buy and assemble instead of having to cut it yourself, that makes it a little easier to get into it. And then you just have to worry about making sure the tracks are in the right place. And for T-track, you don't even necessarily need, if you're just building a single module, you don't even need to be wired. You can just slap the tracks down and do your scenery. So, you can just kind of avoid some of that stuff if you're just getting into it. Brandon, you want to talk about how you got into Fremo?
Well, the interesting way of how I got into Fremo was that I went to Syracuse one year for the Great Model Train Extravaganza, I think is what they call it. And saw this huge layout. I got talking with Steve Adamson, I remember, and Jeff Dunn. And they were talking about how the operations worked. They got the watch operations. I'm like, well, I can't do that on my home layout per se. I could add stuff on there, but I want to be on a different layout every single time doing ops. So getting into Fremo was relatively, given at that point. It's like, well, seems pretty easy to join, and it was relatively straightforward. It's like you join the groups.io, you say, yep, I'm bringing this module on this day. Here's what it is, and I built a 2x4, so 2 foot wide by 4 foot long. Originally, it was not the greatest module, but now it's a cold storage module, and that goes with me everywhere. The easiest way for people to get into it is, this was told to me by Bob Hall, take a piece of 3 foot flex track, that's how they sell it, is 3 feet, pop down a piece of wood with cork, feeders, you only need 1 set of feeders. You don't have to cut any extra pieces, you don't have to buy any extra pieces. You cut to 2 foot wide for your single track by 3 foot long, the length of your flex track. Make your cuts at the end for your connection and go. Your scenery will come afterwards. If you just want to try it, you can try it easily. And, if it doesn't work out, you can reuse a lot of that material that you just used.
Can I add something? The Hub division has kits available for standard HO modules, and the kit's quite a bargain. It includes everything you need other than scenery.
And that's for
So
a
if you
traditional
want to
2x4 HOs.
they sell a kit, the lumber, they even include track and wiring harnesses and plugs. And the price is very reasonable.
I have a question though, Mike.
Yes.
How many new HO module layouts are there being developed? As
Probably
opposed
very
to
few.
T-Track or, huh?
Yeah. I think the advantage T-Track has is that it's like carrying a cafeteria tray around, and you can own a smart car and transport them. You know, I'll tell you a little story, not to digress. I had a friend from Sweden who wanted to start a module group, and he discovered no one in their group had an automobile large enough to carry a module. You know, because gasoline is so expensive in Europe.
Yeah, I think
So,
just to kind of wrap up about the question that was just asked, I think in terms of the second half of advice for people who are a little overwhelmed, I think if you're interested in getting into one of these standards and you see folks doing it at a show, start chatting with them. You know, ask them questions. At least all the setups that I've been a part of in T-Track and the layouts that I've run on Fremo side, the people are super willing to talk to you and give you advice and answer your questions. So if you have specific questions, or even if you just like, what goes into getting into this, I would say walk up to some people at a show and start talking to them, you know, get to know them, and they'll help you get started because they want to see more modules too. So
What we decided in our division was, because most people were HO scale, unlike Mike, who started with what, O and 3, went to F and 3, and then
I actually started with N scale.
okay, and then back to N scale. But it was a portable way to get the mission of the division out there to other people in terms of libraries and shows and so forth. And that was really to get more participation, to get a more visible public presence, to be able to do things like libraries. It was just the obvious choice.
I want to add one more thing about modules. One advantage to me is you could do something completely different than, let's say, you're building your own model railroad, your own layout. You could build something completely different. You could do all sorts of different things and just do a little bit of them.
Right.
absolutely.
You don't have to commit to one.
So, fun with modular railroading.
If you want to hear more, come to the convention in Southbridge in October.
Absolutely. Okay.
Or if you're a Paul Stamp server, I'll never stop talking about it.
True.
How are we on time?
I think it's time to wrap. Right?
We're time to wrap up. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all so much for a very interesting roundtable discussion, and lots of insights from different areas, and there's lots of possibilities. Maybe we can get them all to fit together like a module. Yes, I'm staying
Okay.
online. The next one to go is the layout, the New York and Long Branch Railroad by Kevin Surman, and that's coming up next. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, my name's Kevin Surman, and welcome to my New York and Long Branch inspired model railroad. HO scale railroad. I've been working on this for the last, probably 30 some years. Layouts changed a lot since I originally started building this. Joining the National Model Railroad Association, meeting a bunch of people in the area showed me all kinds of things, how to do track work and civil and wiring and everything else. So this is definitely not the layout I started with. And even now I'm still doing changes. So like I mentioned, the railroad's inspired by the New York and Long Branch Railroad, which was a paper railroad that ran down along the Jersey Shore. It was operated by both the Pennsylvania Railroad and Central Railroad of New Jersey. The CNJ the Pennsylvania Railroad handled the books, the CNJ did all the maintenance. The locals were originally run by both railroads, and then later on contracted strictly through the CNJ, through the Central Railroad of New Jersey. So even though both railroads could run on the railroad, constructive switching could only be done by an official New York and Long Branch train. So that makes this whole thing kind of interesting. You know, I get to run two different railroads. I get to operate this under CNJ signals. You know, there was Central Railroad of New Jersey branches kind of on and off this. Pennsylvania branched off different places, and there was a connection with the Raritan River Railroad in South Amboy. So when you first enter the basement is my version of Haramis Cove. And that started really with a gift of a tugboat and a barge from the late Henry Probst. So that was given to me from part of his estate. Henry was a local modeler, just a great individual. And I just had I'd have a real showcase place to put that. So this entire scene started with that barge and tugboat. The backdrop is a cheap Amazon poster. If you notice, it's that black and white with that kind of green tint. I think I got two of them together for maybe $30. I cut it apart and I said, I think I can make this work. And even though it's not color, the period is correct. So, you know, I carried those same greens into the foreground, you know, and I think it works. The building in front there, it's inspired by a Foscale kit. That's the kit I really wanted to use, but I just didn't have enough room. So I took some liberty, and it's definitely modeled after their, you know, their structure. The building on the side is some Bachman buildings that I kit bashed, and that's supposed to represent the Colgate Palmolive with the signature clock. Right now that factory's gone, but the clock is still there on the Hudson River. You can see that when you're, you know, over in the city looking across, you know, across the river. So that's the newer parts of the layout. And then what I'm going to do is the layout's still in transition. I've modeled Newark, New Jersey, and I'm actually going to change that all to Haramis Cove. So the railroad starts basically at the Hudson River, milepost 0, and I go down as far as Red Bank. My far end staging is Bay Head. So I have Newark, and I have Greenville Yard, which is eventually going to be replaced with Haramis Cove. The real Greenville Yard would be about 4 or 5 times the size of my basement, and it's just a huge, huge facility. You know, too big for what my space, but I think Haramis Cove is going to be a much nicer fit. So I'm under construction right now. You can kind of see where I took the old turntable out. I'm building a new engine facility. So the railroad's definitely under construction and in transition. So these two areas that you kind of first see are really going to be replaced and redone. You know, I put a piece of plywood in just so we don't dump anything into the turntable pit that's now covered up. So we leave the Newark section, and then we start heading south. The Newark section is actually built as Jersey City right now. I have Waldo interlocking. I am going to build the Meadows engine terminal. And you can kind of see the start of that. I got a turntable at the beginning of the roundhouse and an engine house. At this point, the railroad is double track main line. I am going to have operating overhead catenary in it. So I'm just starting to work on this section also. So this is a section I started about a year ago, but we are up and running on this part. So the main line kind of goes through this little workshop space. We go under a not under. Okay. And then through that back wall. Okay. We end up in Woodbridge, which is kind of under construction right now. So I have Woodbridge, which on the rear railroad was where the Pennsylvania Railroad and the CNJ came together, and really the beginning of the New York and Long Branch. I'm doing a branch from this point, which is going to be the Camden and Amboy branch. But all this you see in front of you is still kind of in transition. We leave Woodbridge, we go into Perth Amboy. Perth Amboy is a heavily industrial area. The station was in a cut, and I'm still scratch building that building right now. So I finally got the drawings for it, but that's a future project that I'm working on. We leave Perth Amboy and we head south. Between Perth Amboy and South Amboy, we went across the Raritan River. There was a large bridge. I don't model that. So we just leave Perth Amboy. I go through a shop space, and then I come out on the other side. In South Amboy, I have the interchange with the Raritan River Railroad. I got some more industry than that would have originally been there. I do model the road crossings. Interesting part about this part of town is if the railroad blocked both of the road crossings, there was no way for emergency vehicles to get to the far side of town because it was up against the Raritan Bay. So what happened is the railroad actually had to build an overpass, and that was Bordentown. They built that overpass so emergency vehicles could get across if trains were blocking both road crossings. And that actually happened a lot. There was really long trains of ilmenite ore from upstate New York, and that would end up in South Amboy, interchange to the Raritan River Railroad, and off to the National Lead Plant. Structures on the building, or structures on the layout, it's a little bit of everything. There are kits, there are structures that I scratch built, there are buildings that I got from other people, you name it. Everything and anything. And a lot of things I'm inspired. But we'll get back to structures a little bit after we finish the layout tour. Leaving South Amboy, the River Railroad was double tracked. I am single track for now, but that's also another future project. One of my favorite parts of the hobby is operations. And this is a real bottleneck. I originally did it so it would be a little more interesting operating, and it's a little too much of a bottleneck. So I'm actually going to replace part of this and actually make it double track all the way to Matawan. Leaving South Amboy, you see the Raritan River Railroad engine facility. So I got a little manual turntable in here, scratch-built coaling facility. The Raritan River Railroad, the roundhouse was gorgeous. I think it was like a 9 or 10 stall roundhouse. So for the size of the railroad, every single engine they had could actually be stored inside. The other thing interesting with the Raritan River is their coaling facility. They had a Fairbanks Morse coaling tower where they could actually dump coal from the car directly into the chute because they had all the time in the world to load their tenders. It's not like they had to load them quick and get them out. This was done at the end of the day. I found the drawing for it and I scratch built that. The other thing you kind of notice is one of the signature pieces is there's a rail bus that was actually part of Dick Elwell's collection. So that's kind of a signature piece, is this little rail bus there, and kind of remind me of the time spending with Dick. So we leave South Amboy. We go through the town of Morgan. Morgan was a tiny little hamlet with tiny little houses, kind of along the Raritan Bay. And then we go across the Cheesequake Creek Inlet. So that really did have a double track bascule lift bridge. And years ago, I had the RPI club up, and one of the students was a civil engineering student, and he looks at the bridge for a minute and he goes, "That's going to fall over," because there's no way that would actually be able to stand. And I didn't really give it much thought until then, because I really copied it from the original AHM and Polo Kid and everybody else that made it. But then after that, it bothered me, and I built another one on the other side that just, is prototypical. So that is actually another bridge that's going to eventually get replaced. We go across Cheesequake Inlet. We have the little town of Cliffwood. And again, tiny little town. I'm still single track, but the railroad was double track. And then we go across Matawan Creek. Now, Matawan Creek is interesting for two different reasons. Back in 1916, there were a bull shark that actually swam up this little tiny creek, which is maybe 25, 30 foot wide at the widest point, and actually attacked some kids, killed some kids. One of the adults jumped in, he was attacked, and really the onus for the book Jaws was from the shark attacks that happened on the Jersey Shore back in 1916. And then years after that, not long after the wreck of the Broker, there was a wooden trestle across this creek. That trestle caught on fire. The residents of New Jersey were in arms saying, you're not going to do another temporary thing, because they just had a wreck, less than a year before where a lot of people died. So the railroads actually did this, and I think in about 30, 40 days, brought fill in and actually got the railroad up and running again. But instead of a temporary trestle, they actually did a fill, and now it's just a little porthole going through that area. And then the pylons you see is the remains of that burnt trestle that kind of show at low tide. After Matawan Creek is the town of Matawan. The town of Matawan was where the Central Railroad of New Jersey branched off. There was the Seashore branch, which ran out over to Sandy Hook, Atlantic Highlands and Sandy Hook. And then the other line actually went over to Freehold. And that was where the carpet mill was. And the inspiration for Bruce Springsteen's song, My Hometown, it was actually about the carpet mill that actually went out of business. And I, capture all of that here in Matawan. Leaving Matawan, we then go into the Helix. And I got about 60, 70 feet of track that actually circle around a furnace. We leave Matawan, and then once we reach the upper level, we're actually going the opposite direction. Now, the other thing is, too, is when I first started building this layout, it was only designed as a single level layout, and I wanted it up higher. But I got to Matawan, and I ran out of space, and I wasn't done building a railroad. So I actually built the second level on top of the finished first floor level. So I don't recommend it, but it's just what I ended up doing. So I leave Matawan, and then I actually come up here to this upper section here. And that was originally Atlantic Highlands branch, but then I turned that into the main line. And again, some of these structures up here are scratch built, some were from other people. Here's the full gamut up here. Some of the buildings are mementos from people that, my close friends that are no longer with us, or people that got out of the hobby. So, not everything here I built, some are from other people. So we leave Atlantic Highlands. Leaving Atlantic Highlands, I have both the main line and the passing track. This was the end of the old branch. This is where I started building that second level over everything. So the first thing is, it's awful high. So I actually had to bring the layout down a little bit. So I was able to do that, a little bit less than a 2% grade here. And I also needed to keep the upper level as thin as possible to get it as low as possible. So to do that, what I did is I used 3/4 inch plywood. I did a metal edging on the outside, which is an electrical product. It's a wire mold part. I have LED tape lighting on the inside. And I also have metal brackets that are actually cantilevered off the wall to hold this all up. So then we work our way down the grade. I go from my passing track to a single track again. I go across the Navesink Inlet. You can see a more prototypical Basco lift bridge with the appropriate concrete and everything. And then the background for that is actually from Google Earth. Building a large layout, I'm trying to stretch every dollar. I look a lot of times trying to find images that would work. So I capture that from Google Earth, try to just kind of cover anything that's a little too modern. Put that in the background and then try bringing those same colors in. That's actually from just north of Cape May along the Jersey Shore. But I was able to take those same colors from that waterfront and bring it through this. This is rippled plexiglass. Being an impatient modeler, I like using that, because what I do is I paint the plywood first, then I paint the underside of the rippled plexiglass, kind of smash it all together, and it really takes abuse. It's a great spot to put, a cup of coffee. It cleans easy with some Windex. And I think it looks pretty good. And I don't have to worry about all the pouring the resins and everything else. Leaving Seabright, we then go through the shop space again. And then I end up in Hazlitt. In Hazlitt, I have the American Can Company Glassworks, which later on became Midland Glass, and then eventually went out of business. They could never get the electrical rate down where it was really profitable. So you had this huge factory for making glass. They would bring sand from the lower part of New Jersey up to here. Take that sand, take recycled glass, and they would send out finished products. And then in later years, what they did is the CNJ got a bunch of the Lehigh, New England hopper carts, and they were using that for sand service. So I represent a lot of that here. We leave Hazlitt, we go through the wall again, single track. We end up in Middletown. This is an area where I kind of hide some of my better, for a little while I got into doing high-end scratch-built structures. So I've scratch-built this gas station, the other little building, and Hudson's there. They're 100% scratch-built, which I entered into contest. And then same thing with that bridge back there. They're all 100% scratch-built structures. So they're kind of tucked up here and out of the way. The backdrop here is from one of the commercial backdrop companies. It was actually a mountain lake. I cut the top of it off, and I think it actually worked out pretty good. It looks like you're looking at kind of out that Raritan Bay area. You see some little black marks in the background, which I tell everybody is kind of seagulls and birds. What that really is, when I was putting down my static grass, I didn't have a static grass applicator, so I borrowed a high pot tester from work. So I was actually doing this around 9,000 volts with my lineman gloves, and I didn't realize I was using a T-strainer, and I was actually arcing to the aluminum backdrop. So that's what those little black marks are. That's actually little arc marks, but they're my birds. So, but it was a neat way to do static grass because it really does stand up. I mean, it really does. It pops. So then we leave Middletown, and then we finally end up in the town of Red Bank. So Red Bank is where the CNJ, the Central Railroad of New Jersey, branched off for the Southern Division. The New York and Long Branch continued down to Bayhead. So I do have that interchange. I have the Sigmund Eisner factory there, and originally they made World War I uniforms for the Army. Then later on they started making Boy Scout uniforms. That's where all the uniforms were made till, I don't know, 40 years ago. So I have that factory building back there. Again, full gamut. There's some kits, there's, you name it, scratch built stuff. It's all kind of mixed in, whatever I think would fit in best. So the double track line goes through the wall and it goes into staging. The track in front of you represents the Red Bank Yard and then the CNJ line down to Atlantic City. We'll just finish this upper section, then we'll go back and just do this branch line. So this is the line down to Atlantic City. Well, what happened later on, Henry Probst, local New York Central modeler, just one of the nicest people you can meet, and a true gentleman. He passed away, and then this power plant was salvaged by his layout by the late Bill Doyle. So this was part of Bill Doyle's collection. He wanted to incorporate it in his layout, and he never had a chance to. So I was asked if I wanted this. I said, sure, let me see if I can do something with it. So I brought it home, and I actually had it the other direction, and it didn't work. So I flipped it around, and I go, boy, I can really make this work. So even though this really isn't New York and Long Branch, it's a memento, and it actually works really neat in the operating sessions. You know, we run a coal train down here, we drop down loads, we pick up empties, and I'm, working on incorporating this all into the layout. So not true Southern New Jersey, but still just a neat touch. There's the Camden and Amboy branch. This really came down farther, but this used to be my main line, and I extended my main line and took a door and a wall out. So I wanted to do something, a little switching operation. So the first thing is we come out, we go across South River, which is my hometown in New Jersey originally. And then we just kind of work our way, south. Again, some buildings that, some kit bash, some kits, some stuff I got from other people. You name it, there's a full gamut of stuff in here. So what makes this a neat part of the layout is that I can actually operate this section or not operate it during an operating session. So someone can come over here and switch this or not run it. So for controls, I use MRC DCC system. I tried doing at least a monthly operating session. It works really well. I've had as many as 14 people, but 8 to 10 is probably the perfect number for this. The upper part of the layout is operating signals with relay logic. So I used CNJ, actually had interlocking and ABS signals. CNJ would have been 3/3/3 or 3/2 offset. That is a ton of wiring. So I do something a little bit different. I just do 3/2. It's just a lot simpler, and I'm really happy when people just don't run through an absolute stop. If I can just get that every operating session, I'm happy. Well, thank you very much for spending a little time and visiting with me and my New York and Long Branch Railroad. Um, being a NMRA member and part of the Northeast region has been just fantastic for me. You meet the nicest people who take the time to show you how to do things and tricks and techniques. Um, very supportive. Yeah, it's a great group. So it really, it's a lot more than just the trains. It's a lot of the people you meet. Thanks.
Welcome back to NERx. Uh, I want to remind everyone that we have a drawing tonight um, from our sponsor. Tonight's sponsor is Interaction Hobbies, and we'll have 2 gift certificates to give away. But you have to enter to win, and you have to enter before 9:30. And all of the information should be at the bottom of the screen, as in the video description is all of the information. The drawing's at 10 o'clock. Interaction Hobbies offers a wide variety of craftsman kits and details in N scale, HO, S, and O scale, and even TT scale, which is pretty unusual, but they're great product, craftsman kits. Thank you. We like to thank them for sponsoring tonight's NERx. And I want to introduce our next clinician. This is Mike Hauk. Mike is a lifelong model railroader and rail fan. He models the Susquehanna and New York Railroad, an obscure short line in north central Pennsylvania, which was abandoned in 1942. He models an HO scale, and Mike is a current superintendent of Division 12, MCR, and MRA, and resides near Erie, Pennsylvania with his wife, Debbie. They have 3 grown children, 6 grandchildren, and 2 ill-mannered Wheaton Terriers. Welcome, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for everybody who's watching this. Just to let you know, this is the second part of a two-part clinic. We decided on the second part we thought it'd be a little more interesting than the first part, which is a little more technical and a little drier. So I guess without further ado, speed, roll the video. Okay, we'll get started here. Thanks everyone for attending here. It's a little strange broadcasting this into the void, but hopefully it'll turn out okay. This actually is the second part of a two-part clinic. The first part is more technical. I'll talk about the technical end of photography, aperture, shutter speed, ISO, that kind of thing. Since there's only one time slot, we thought this would be a little more interesting and a little better to present. So here we go. So the second part of that whole clinic is on composition. I have trouble with composition. I wish I would have learned more about it earlier when I started monkeying around with photography many, many years ago. And I think a lot of model railroaders and railfans don't have much exposure, no pun intended, to composition. And I think it's a useful tool to help make your photographs more interesting to the viewer. So we'll get started here. This is me. That's my email address. If you think of any questions after this is over, feel free to get in touch. If you want to grab a screenshot or a cell phone picture there. So what we're going to discuss is ways to improve the classic wedge shot. I know my hard drive is full of grade crossing wedge shots. That's the classic Railfan shot since the 1930s. Talk a little bit about how to edit that to make it better. Then we'll discuss some basic compositional elements to look for when you're composing photographs in the field. And then some other ways to make your shots more interesting. And then at the end, we'll talk about how to think outside the box, break the rules we're going to discuss here in a minute, again, to make your shots a little more interesting. So what is composition? It's the arrangement of visual elements within a frame to create an aesthetically pleasing image. Well, what does that mean? We'll talk about these visual elements in a minute. Here's a website here in Petapixel. They have a short online course on compositional techniques that's very useful. It only takes 15-20 minutes to page through it. If you want to grab a screenshot or a cell phone picture of that, it's very useful. It's relates more to general photography, not railroad photography, but it's pretty interesting. Reinforces what I'm going to talk about here. So composition, here's some compositional elements, and these are more abstract things to look at in a frame or a scene before you start taking photographs of it. The most common one would be the rule of thirds, where you divide your scene or your viewfinder into three, and where these lines dividing the frame vertically and horizontally into thirds intersect. Those are considered very powerful as far as composition. So you want to put your subject or what you want interesting, what you want the viewer to focus on your subject near one of those lines, or ideally near one of these PowerPoints. We'll talk about the golden spiral. Strong diagonal elements are a compositional element. Taking photographs of railroads from ground level. Railroads recede toward the hot horizon. The trains do the same thing, and that automatically provides a strong diagonal element in the classic grade crossing wedge shot. Pyramid shape, S curves, L shape are some other elements to look for in a scene. How to break the scene down visually. Lance Minheim talks about visual literacy, how to automatically look at a scene and break it into these more abstract elements without even thinking. I have to think about it. I kind of stink at composition. I constantly work at it. Part of why I put this clinic together, to reinforce in my own mind, how to look for these compositional elements when shooting photographs. And you can combine them. You can combine the rule of thirds and diagonals, and we'll see how these all combine here in a minute. Other elements are a C shape somewhere in the scene, golden section. There's a mathematical ratio between these lines. V shapes, both vertical and inverted. Unbalancing elements in the scene, balance elements in the scene, double diagonals that intersect. All these make the photograph more interesting if you can incorporate them either overtly or subconsciously into the composition. So let's talk about the classic grade crossing wedge shot. Has a strong diagonal element in it. And we can also incorporate the rule of thirds very easily. So when you're, standing at a grade crossing, you're out with your buddies chasing a train, you come up to grade crossing, you see a satellite on the horizon. Oh, train's coming. Everybody bails out and gets their cameras ready. Take a couple of seconds if you have time to think about how you're going to compose the shot. So what's in the foreground, what's in the midground, your subject, and what's in the background. There should be interesting elements in all three of these areas, in the foreground, midground, and background, that will make your shot stand out compared to just a shot of the train, quote unquote. Okay, so foreground elements here in this shot of mine, I was able to incorporate this fallen log with these organic shapes and colors of this root structure here as a contrast to the more inorganic elements of the train and the bridge. This is in the foreground and draws the viewer's eye. If this had just been a flat field of snow, I think it wouldn't have quite have been as interesting. And also, we'll talk later about visual balance. I think the mass of this root ball here balances the whole scene against this tall pier on the bridge, and provides a little bit of visual harmony across the scene, in addition to giving the eye something to look at in the foreground. Another shot here. In the foreground here, we have these bright flowers. They're out of focus, so we know that they are not the main subject of the shot here, but the yellow immediately draws the eye to the foreground and gives the eye something to look at here in the foreground. As we look into the midground where the subject is, we see the locomotive. Okay, the steam gives a sensation of speed, but these bright flowers and our yellow flowers in our lower peripheral vision complement the bright yellow of the lettering on the side of the locomotive and the pilot here. If this yellow had not been here, this scene would have lacked a little bit of impact, I think, because there's a lot of green in it. Green foliage here, shrubs here, bushes, trees in the background, green grass, green locomotive, green tender, green cars. This yellow breaks that up and complements the small bits of yellow we see in the locomotive here and makes it a more interesting shot. So foreground elements. Again, another strong foreground element here, this derelict car, a lot of texture to it. Interestingly, it immediately draws the eye, but also there are leading lines in this foreground element here. If we draw imaginary lines along the windows here, top and bottom of the windows of the car, along the fender, all those lines tend to converge or point towards the front of the locomotive. That draws our eye into the middle of the scene where our subject is, which is the train here. And then we look up into the background with these highly textured clouds. So there's interesting things to look at here in both the foreground, the midground, of course, where the train is, and then in the background with the textured clouds. Another interesting shot here in the foreground, we have these cattle that are looking right at us, and your eye immediately goes to this guy right here, this red cow right here, staring right at us. As mammals, if we see another creature stare at us like this, we immediately send our attention to that, to wonder, are these guys a threat to us at all? If these cows had not been looking at us as viewers, they would not have had the same impact. We can just gloss over them because we know they're not a threat, but they're staring at us, so our attention immediately goes to them and gives us something to look at in the foreground. And then in the midground, we've got the orange locomotives. They're brightly colored. They draw our eye and go right across the frame in the mid-third, which we talked about the rule of thirds, and basically the mid-third of the frame here. So that immediately draws the eye. And then we have, again, textured clouds and mountains in the distance in the background that draw our eye up there. So 3 different areas of the scene and interesting elements in all 3. Okay, so let's talk about the grade crossing shot here. So this is one of mine. Feel free to criticize here. Let's break it down. Why does this photo suck? So it does indeed suck. I have a lot of these on my hard drive. But it's not a very good shot. Unfortunately, social media is full of shots like this, and you just scroll right by them because they're not very good. So can we punch it up a little bit, make it a little more interesting? Yes, we can. We have to learn to edit though. So here's the way the shot was set up: 23 millimeter focal length, f8 as far as our aperture, shutter speed, ISO. So first off, one of the problems with this photo is there's too much sky. Okay, our subject, which should be the train, is not. It's too low in the frame, and it's kind of small relative to this huge expanse of sky. Okay, it's backlit. There's light coming from behind the train and locomotive, casting this our side, the viewer's side of the train in shadow. The highlights in the sky are kind of blown out. There's no data in there. They're just pure white. As I said, the subject is too small and too low in the frame. And there's some obstructing junk. These signs and signposts here partially obscure the train. We want to look around those as a viewer, and that's distracting. And it's unlevel. I see a lot of photos online that are pretty good. You know, they're well exposed, they're processed well, interesting subjects, but they're unlevel, and the eye immediately sees that. The things that are not level to the horizon and are off vertical, even if subtly so, instantly draw the eye, and they kind of break the illusion that of the depth of the scene. So trying to make sure, if nothing else, that your shots are level, or level them in post-production. So there's a lot of things wrong with this shot. So let's fix them. But yeah, it's boring to begin with. So let's try some edits here. And this is where editing comes into play. I use Lightroom. There's other products out there that are free. I know nothing about them. I've used Lightroom for 20 plus years. I'm just used to it. So this is on the right-hand side here is, I'm sorry, the right-hand side. We have the crop tool for Lightroom. So we're going to crop in a little bit. We're going to try to make the subject, i.e. the train, a little larger in the frame and diminish some of this huge expanse of sky up here. So we'll do that. And as we do that, we remember our rule of thirds. Now, usefully, Lightroom on their editing tool divides the frame into 3, top to bottom and side to side. So we want to put the cab of the locomotive somewhere near the intersection points of the rule of thirds on the left side of the frame here. Okay. We also have a strong diagonal element. Okay. The train extends to the horizon, and the lines of the train and the track all converge to a point here near the horizon. We want to preserve that. We don't want to cut that off as we crop this, because this convergence of lines to the horizon gives a sense of depth to the frame. So remember, we're taking the 3-dimensional scene and compressing it into 2 dimensions. But when the eye sees that subconsciously, that convergence, we subconsciously know this is a three-dimensional scene. So preserve that at all costs if you can. Try not to cut that off. So we crop and level it. And as I said, we want to preserve that vanishing point here near the horizon. It's a single point on the horizon in an image where the parallel lines converge to give the illusion of depth. Okay, here's a little diagram of that, line drawing of a train, and the rail and the train itself, all the lines along that all converge to the vanishing point. So preserve that vanishing point if you're cropping. And if you're setting up the scene to take the shot, if it's blocked by trees or something like that, try to move if you can safely to get as much of that train as you can near the vanishing point at the horizon. Okay. And then we're going to adjust the shadows with Lightroom and these other processing tools. We can increase the exposure on the side of the train facing us electronically. Okay. We're going to pull down the exposure in the sky, make it a little darker, make the clouds a little darker, and pull out the texture of the clouds to make it interesting in the background. And then with our colors, we can add some clarity and vibrance and saturation, so to punch up the colors a little bit. Okay. And then we're going to denoise if there's any noise here in these deep shadows. We're sharpening, and then we can unsharp mask. What the sharpen tools do on most of these programs is sharpen everything. Well, we don't want sharpening in the sky. Okay, the sky should be sort of flat and uniform. You don't want artifacts in your sky. What the unsharp mask does is restricts the sharpening to edges. So a lot of times I'll sharpen to maybe 70–80% on the slider tool that comes with Lightroom, and then I'll unsharp mask up to 80–90% because I only want the edges enhanced and sharpened to add a little punch to the image. Okay, and then we can remove distractions. And notice here we got the sign here. We got the sign here and a signpost. There's a little black speck in the sky. Not sure if that's a bird or a bug or if it's a piece of dust on the sensor. The object removal tools in Lightroom and Photoshop are very, very good these days. So I just get rid of them. We can talk about the ethics of that. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion. I'm trying to make an interesting photograph that's pleasing to look at, so I have no compunction about removing that kind of stuff. However, if you're hope to get your shots published someplace, or you're working for an editor or something like that, you might want to check the rules of the publication you hope to submit to, or a contest or something like that, to make sure there's no rules about digitally removing that kind of stuff and get yourself in trouble. But from my standpoint, most of the time, if something's in the way, I'll remove it digitally if I can. I've removed dead animals on the track and that kind of stuff, so I have no problem with that. And then the last thing I do when I edit is add a little vignette. You can see here, go back and forth. The vignette tool allows you to decrease the exposure around the periphery of your frame. Added subtly, that results in relative increased brightness in the center of the frame and draws the eye into the center of the frame where you want the viewer to look. So I always add a little vignette to most of my photos. Okay, so looking better now. There we go, and we're done. So that's a better shot. You know, it's still a grade crossing wedge shot, but at least, you know, we've gotten rid of the junk. We preserved our converging lines at the horizon, and we've made the overall composition a little bit better. So learn to edit. Okay, but what can we add though to this sort of grade crossing wedge shot, if possible? Well, this is also a grade crossing shot not far from my home. In this instance, there happens to be a signal there, so I try to catch this Amtrak train and include the signal in the frame. The converging lines of the train, on the track, your eye is drawn down them, and as your eye looks down the train, oh, we bump into the signal here visually, and we see the red signals. Red is a color that attracts the eye immediately. So it gives a little visual interest here. Also gives us a sense of place. You know, sometimes you want to try to tell a little story with your photo. One of the guys I follow on YouTube says, don't take a picture of something, take a picture about something, or don't take a picture of something, take a picture of some place. So we see by the board here on the signal, we know are at milepost 111.2, looking west. Okay, so it gives us a little bit of a sense of place, not, you know, totally, but it does. And then the red in the signals here is also complemented by the red reflecting the morning sun here on the nose of the locomotive. So that adds a little visual interest here. So signals, so railroady stuff, if you can include those in your frame. Signals, another shot here, not far from my house here, CP train. Or run through power on CP. Again, the red draws your eye immediately. We preserved our converging lines towards the horizon, gives a sense of depth, and the train is more or less framed by these signals. Okay, another shot with signals. This actually is more of a frame within a frame, and we'll talk about that compositional element later on here. So my friend Jerry Jordak here has framed this this locomotive with the signal bridge, and the signals are there with red, which draws the eye. The headlights draw the eye immediately into the center of the frame, and we're close enough and they're bright enough that we can see the crewman in the cab. The human element also draws the eye. So another nice composition by Jerry. Okay, again, signal bridge. Here we've got some milepost markers, 79 for passenger, 60 for freight. The yellow contrasts with all the other sort of cool colors, bluish colors in the frame, and immediately draw the eye and give us something else to look at here. Our converging lines are cut off because of the curve, but I think there's enough other elements in here that we don't get too excited about that. So milepost and speed limit signs. Here's another shot by Jerry Jordak. He's incorporated a relay case here with a sign on it, so we know we're in Hudson someplace. This is Hudson, Ohio, I believe. Milepost 96, so a little bit of a sense of place. He's incorporated this abandoned depot here that also is visually interesting. We talk about balance across the frame, so we've got a rectangular object here, a rectangular object of the front of the locomotive, and a larger rectangular object of this depot here. So 1, 2, 3 across the frame, right in the center third, basically, of the frame. So it has a little visual interest. The only other criticism I might have is that the foreground is a little bit blah. You know, we just have this ballast here, but still not a bad shot. Okay, you can do the same thing on your model railroad. You know, incorporate the depot here, a little train order signal here. This is on my railroad. The train is coming into town. So, okay, so depots, other structures, add interest. Okay, another shot by Jerry Jordak. This is a really good shot, I think, because we have, you know, a wedge shot of locomotive. Okay, we've got the exhaust streaming backwards here. It gives a sensation of speed. He's preserved the converging lines towards the horizon as best he could, so we have depth to the frame. As our eye travels along the back, the train and the track here, we come to the signal, which adds visual interest. And then closer to the foreground, we have this rectangular object with a sign RAVE. So this is Ravenna, Ohio. We know where we are, a sense of place. And then this abandoned interlocking tower gives us a sense of the passage of time. Okay, so there's a story here. This interlocking tower is abandoned, taken over by this little box containing all the electronics. And again, we have visual balance across the frame. We have a smaller rectangular object here on the left, and then a slightly larger rectangular object in the center. And then on the right, we have this even larger rectangular object, which is the abandoned interlocking tower. So that again gives us balance across the frame. Another interesting diagonal line is more subconscious here. So if we draw a line from the top of the relay case to the locomotive, and then to the top of the interlocking tower, that forms almost a perfect diagonal here subconsciously. Also adds depth and interest to the frame. So cool shot by Jerry here with a lot of different compositional elements in it. So interlocking towers and sheds. Another wet shot here. Without this abandoned coaling tower here, concrete coaling tower, it would be kind of a blast shot, but we preserved our converging lines here to the horizon. Okay, so that adds depth here. And as our eye is drawn along the side of the train and the rails towards the horizon, we bump into this coaling tower. So, oh, wow, that's interesting. And that holds our attention a little bit. So I think this coaling tower over the two tracks here in the distance makes this shot here. Okay, so other line side structures add interest. Okay, street running is always interesting. It's less and less prominent today. Jerry Jordak got this shot here. Train's pretty much in the middle third here, so that's good. They're colorful compared to the houses and everything. That draws the eye. On the right-hand side, he's got a lot of sort of busy stuff over here, but the standout things are these crossing signals, and the lights are in sync with two red lights. That draws our eye and makes us look at this side of the frame. And on the other side of the frame, we have these vehicles here. This is an older style Explorer, so we know this is not probably a current day shot, but that also draws our attention here. So a lot of interesting things to look at in the frame. In the foreground, he's got some busted up pavement here with contrast of the green grass and the pavement. So a lot of interesting things to look at in this frame. So street running's cool. Bridges are always good. Wet shot here, again, not far from my house. Tried to preserve the converging lines. They're obscured by blowing snow, so we get the sensation of speed with this train across the bridge. Put the nose at about the 1/3 line here on this side of the frame. The other thing is the colors of the tree here. There's still some leaves on this tree. There's kind of a yellowish color, and that color complements the yellow on the otherwise completely blue locomotive and the yellowish cars further back in the train. So some color contrast here, color complement to the frame here, and the organic shapes and colors of these winter trees are in contrast to the more inorganic elements of the bridge. So bridges are always kind of cool, make an interesting compositional element. Same thing on our model railroads. Our model railroads tend to have a lot of bridges in them, so get some shots with the train on the bridge. This is Dick Bradley in our division. He's the only MMR, and he scratch built this. Okay, so bridges are pretty cool. Here's another bridge shot. This incorporates not only blowing snow, the sensation of speed, and some of the other elements I talked about before, but the weather. Okay, the weather is always interesting and tells a story. This is man against nature. The train is battling the elements to get across the bridge here. This also is an advertisement of why you want weather sealed gear. As I was trying to get this shot, the lake effects squall blew in off the lake, and it just was snowing like crazy for about 25 minutes, and this was the result. So I like the shot, but got a lot of snow in the camera. I kind of brushed it off, warmed it up in the truck slowly, and it was fine. So so consider getting weather sealed gear if you can. Okay, so weather and other nature. I like winter shots. We get a lot of winter here along Lake Erie, so might as well get out there if you got a nice day. Another shot here on the NS. Blowing snow, sensation of speed. We got the exhaust blur here trailing back. Again, sensation that the locomotive is traveling at speed through the frame. Our eyes drawn down along the side of the locomotive to this signal here with red. Okay, that's very eye-catching. A little bit of texture left in the snow here, so something to look at in the foreground, and of course we've got the trees in the background with the snow on them. So winter shot there, another winter shot. Again, try to incorporate the signal here and the texture of this grass. Otherwise, uniform snow would make this a little bit more boring in the foreground. But we got this winter grass with sort of a warm tan color, which draws the eye, makes it a little more interesting. And with modern AI, you can add snow to your model railroad shots. I'll show you the non-snow version of this later here, but this was fun this past winter using I used Firefly, the Adobe Firefly, to add snow to this scene. If it works, it works very, very well. If it's when it's bad, it's very, very bad. So I think you have to have a decent shot before you even add AI snow, but sometimes when it works, it's kind of a cool effect. So. Okay. Other weather. This is a cool shot here by this fella from railpictures.net. I'm not sure which is the subject here. You know, the mind sort of wonders, is it the train or is it the sky? I mean, the sky has these interesting textures, this really weird purpley color, jaggedy lightning. So I don't know if I would get out of the car and get a shot near all this iron on the ground while there's a lightning storm in progress. Maybe shoot out the window. I don't know, but this guy did somehow, and it just makes a very compelling image with the train and this violent looking sky. Okay, and rain. Most people don't think about shooting in the rain, but I guess in Florida, this is Florida East Coast here, it rains quite a bit, especially in the warmer months, and the trains run rain or shine. So shot would be kind of interesting because of the colorful locomotives here, but with the rain, it just adds another effect. Oh, it's raining. You know, we don't want to be in the rain as the viewer. So I think that has a lot of interest. Makes it kind of a cool shot. The change of seasons I think is interesting. So I like to get out in the fall, take some shots. So when the leaves change, I get out. There's another grade crossing shot not far from my house here. Thought I'd try to bring into the frame the colors of the leaves changing, and some of these colors complement the colors on the freight cars back here. Also, the grass starting to die back here in the early fall makes an interesting contrast with the green grass here at this manicured lawn. So again, we got some foreground stuff, midground, and then some colors in the background. Okay, again, another fall shot here. Again, the leaves are changing. We've got some nose light here, and the colors of the leaves complement the yellow on the locomotives. Try to preserve our converging lines to the horizon and incorporated the signals here, kind of framing the power. So seasonal changes. Okay, so let's look at some of these other compositional examples or compositional elements here. So this is east of Albuquerque. So we have the golden spiral. The train leans into this curve at speed out in the high desert. So that's a spiral. Okay, we've got a lot of curves on our model railroads, and we can incorporate a spiral in photographs of those. This is actually just a cell phone grab that I tinkered with in Photoshop from Roger Schillenberg. He's one of our division members on his layout. The other thing I was lucky I didn't compose this deliberately is there's some visual balance here. We got a rectangular element with the caboose and a rectangular element with these parked hopper cars framing the passenger car and the locomotive, which are in the center, and so that draws our eyes to that, and those are in sharp focus, so we know this is the subject here. As the train goes around a golden spiral, or it goes around a spiral element. Okay, let's go back here. So pyramid shapes. Okay, pyramids equal mountains. This shot here, sense of place. We've got a sign that says Summit, so we know where we are. We're at Summit near Cajon. But this photographer here has put the train a little bit lower in the frame, and probably used some zoom, a little bit of telephoto effect to emphasize the massiveness of the San Gabriel Mountains here in the background. And those mountains have these strong pyramidal shapes or inverted V shapes that dominate and loom over the train. The train itself is interesting because of the multiple colors here. This old Santa Fe power. We've got a signal here, relay case here, but the dominating element here is these mountains looming over the train and making them look relatively small. So very strong pyramidal shapes here. Okay, Mike Danneman's shot here from out west. Again, strong pyramidal shapes in these mountains. He's also incorporated a spiral. Okay, the train's going around the curve, And as the train goes to the distance, into the distance, he's tried to preserve the converging elements. So that draws our eye into the frame and gives depth. Interestingly, there are strong diagonals here in the mountains as well, in addition to the pyramid shapes. And all these diagonals more or less point right to the cab of the locomotive, which is our main focus, our main subject. And the locomotive cab itself is right on the 1/3 line on the left side of the frame. So another amazing composition with multiple elements incorporated to make the shot. Okay, S-curves. Okay, so here's a shot by James Belmont here. The curve winds its way back into the depth of the frame. That draws our eye back into the frame, gives a deep sense of depth. And what draws our eye immediately, of course, is the bright yellow of these locomotives, the contrast with the dry desert landscape here. But so the main compositional element is this S-curve. Okay, S-curve. Another example of S-curve here by Frank Keller. He posts a lot on Facebook. I enjoy a lot of his stuff. So S-curve, track and train wind their way back into this canyon and then disappear. There are other S-curves that'll complement that. The S-curve here of the riverbank, the S-curve of the river itself, and then the opposite bank also has S-curves in it. Another element is a strong diagonal element that comes down and obscures the back of the train. Another diagonal element here in the mid background with rusty colored rock here all by itself that complements sort of the orange or rusty color of the BNSF locomotive in the middle of power here. So the river also, the blues contrast with the cooler blues of the river also contrast with the warmer tones of the desert terrain here. So, but the main element is this S-curve that draws the eye. Okay, L shapes are very powerful compositional elements. This is an inverted L shape here on this urban shot, partially framing a locomotive. We've got a red signal, which also draws the eye, but the main element here is this inverted L framing the train. So L shape. Some of these other ones, C shape. Okay, here I tried to frame the EBT locomotive. There's sort of a vague reverse C shape here by the foliage if you buy that, but sort of does form a C shape. I don't know if that's successful. This isn't quite a C shape here. That's the only example I had of that, but C shapes draw the eye. Okay, I don't have an example of golden section. V shapes here, again, pyramidal, but also with these deep V's of the mountains. This also is an example of visual balance. So the mountains get bigger as you go to the left of the frame. So you have this massive looking mountain here reflected in the lake. So it's kind of a heavy element here on the left side of the frame, but that's balanced by the train over here, which seems small, but the color difference, I think, tends to create a certain visual balance across the frame here. Okay, so V shapes and visual weight. Going to talk about that. So other options are landscapes with trains in them, you know. So like this one, this shot of the, I assume, Canadian Rockies here. The main element is this gigantic mountain looming over the valley where the train is, along with this vast expanse of conifers here. The train is actually diminutive in this frame compared to the size of nature around it. There also is a spiral, okay, going around here. And the red locomotive with the headlight, that draws your eye there immediately. So landscapes with trains. Okay, here's another example. I think this is Frank Keller again. He has a lot of Alaska Railroad shots. Beautiful Alaskan landscape here. Interesting textures and stuff in the mountains. We've got this lake and then the bridge with the brightly colored train going across it in the kind of the mid to lower third of the frame. Okay, this is kind of a landscape with a train in it. It's not, you know, no mountains in the background. It's dead flat, kind of dry looking, so we know we're probably in the desert Southwest someplace. Rio Grande on the locomotive gives that away. I think if this had not had the bridge in it, wouldn't be as interesting a composition, but the fact that the train, what there is of it, you know, locomotive, one boxcar, sit on this bridge, which has a lot of interesting textures and colors compared to the locomotive and the boxcar. But just by the dry landscape, flat terrain, big clouds in the background, we know we're somewhere in the Southwest. And another element is this leading line here formed by the tops of this fence that point right to the nose of the locomotive. So another interesting composition. Okay. I tried to do some of my own model railroad, kind of a landscape shot, but with the train in it. This is a empty coal drag going up grade, one corner of my layout. Okay. Again, we think of the same thing as with the grade crossing wedge shot. You want to think about what's in the foreground. Okay, in this case, James Belmont has put these goldenrod in the foreground, and the yellow of these goldenrod complement the yellow of the locomotive and contrast nicely with the sort of browns and grays and other warmer tones of the rest of the scene. So our eye is immediately drawn to the yellows, and then we follow the train back into the depth of frame around this curve. So foreground elements still remain important. Midground, of course, should be the train and whatever else. So in this case, we've got a lot of midground here, which has a lot of interesting stuff in it. In the foreground, we have the texture of the grass poking through the snow, and this fence line. The midground contains not only the track and the train, but the track goes back into a spiral. Okay, we see the end of the train. There's this burner thing or whatever the heck that is back there in the more distant midground with snow fencing here. And in the deep background, we have these strong pyramidal shapes with these mountains, snow-covered mountains in the background. So strong elements in all three. So we've got foreground, large midground, and then background. Okay. In this case, we have a landscape. We're presumably in the desert Southwest due to this relatively sparse vegetation. The color of the dirt and the rocks and the stones here have a reddish color. The train almost is lost in the landscape here, which I think is very interesting. In the deep background, we have this huge thunderstorm that's building miles and miles away with rain coming down underneath of it here. So I think this is a cool, just desert landscape, but it happens to have a train running right through the mid-third in the midground and draws our eye because the colors are in complete contrast with the rest of the colors in the frame and shows the diminutive train compared to the size of nature. So I think this is a really cool shot. So frame and in frame, we talked about that earlier with the shot of Jerry Jordak and the ex-Illinois Central train. In this case, we've got sort of the inorganic shapes of the locomotive silhouetted in this bridge, but framed by the organic shapes of the branches and the vegetation around it. In this case, the locomotive and the power are framed by the edges of this cut stone culvert. Okay. And in this shot, I tried to frame the locomotives here with the edges of the vegetation. I don't know if that works, but I think it turned out okay. This is on Neil Shore's three rail O-gauge layout down outside Pittsburgh. So frame and frame. Okay. So now we've kind of talked about these things. Now we're going to break the rules. Excuse me. So when to know to break the rules, that's a judgment call, but it can be very effective artistically. So I talk in the first half of this clinic about shutter speed, how to freeze. We want to generally freeze the locomotive. We don't want a blurred locomotive. We don't want a blurred subject. But in this case, with what we call a pan shot, we want some blur in the image. So we're going to set a lower shutter speed, say a 30th to 40th of a second, so that certain parts of the frame are blurred. In this shot by Mitch Goldman, we have the EBT locomotive. Boxcar, tender, locomotive body are very sharp. However, the running gear, the smoke, the steam, the background, the foreground are all blurred, giving this sensation of the locomotive speeding through the landscape. I've tried some of these. This is hard to pull off if you don't have a tripod, but when it works, it's very, very effective. So this is a cool pan shot by Mitch Goldman. Another pan shot here at I think this is the Western Maryland Scenic. Again, the background, the foreground, the running gear, the steam, the smoke are all blurred, giving a sensation of speed, but the locomotive body is in sharp focus. Okay. In this case, the train is blurred and the other elements are in sharp focus. So in contrast, I think this young lady is actually the subject, but the train is an interesting background element or accent element. Okay, this is a zoom pan, again by Mitch Goldman. He's kind of the master of this. Is where he has a zoom lens and he zooms while the locomotive and train approach and tries to keep the train in steady focus with the zoom well, they show slow shutter speed so that everything else is blurred. Again, difficult to achieve, but this is he did it here, and this is a cool shot of this train with everything else in blurred out, giving the sensation that this train is speeding massively through the frame and through the terrain. So a zoom pan. Okay. We can change our depths of field. Normally, we're outside. We want everything foreground, midground, background in sharp focus. So we're shooting with a small aperture, f8, f9, f10, f11. In this case, we're going to change that. We're going to shoot a little wider, f4, f3.5, f2.8, if you can get to it. So this shot here at DBT, this couple is in sharp focus. Background is out of focus, but we still get the sense that there's a train here. This is a railroad shot. They're not looking at us, they're looking at something else. So being human beings, we wonder what they're looking at. So there's a little bit of a story here. They've got suitcases and whatnot. So they're probably waiting for a train. They're going to go someplace. They're going on a journey. We've got the railroad worker back here. Even though he's blurred out, we can still tell he's attired like a railroad worker should be. Steam from the locomotive back here. So we've used our shallow depth of field to keep the railroad essence. This is a railroad shot, but keep this couple in sharper focus to tell the story. The only sign that this is not a vintage photograph is she's got her cell phone in her hand here, which I thought was interesting. I didn't see that till later, but oh well. Okay, here's another shot here. This is my son's football team years and years and years ago. So out in Girard, Pennsylvania, the railroad is a fact of life and has been for 100+ years. The trains just go through, so nobody pays attention to them. Here, the kids are all focused on the coach, whatever he's trying to say here, get them organized for their game, and the train just passes through the scene in the background. Okay, backlighting. In the first hour, I talk about try not to backlight your subject. Again, on the grade crossing shot that I showed that we processed a little bit, it was backlit. Backlighting and try to stay away from. However, you can use it for artistic effect here. So we got this shot here, I think is on the Cumbers and Toltec, this locomotive on the bridge out in the desert, perfectly centered over the setting sun. The train is nearly completely backlit and silhouetted out, but because of the detail, we know this is a train, even though we don't see any detail on our side of it. We've got nice evening light highlighting the smoke here and steam coming out of the stack, and the setting sun is centered perfectly underneath the gangway, the footplate of the locomotive and tender here, silhouetting the crewman here. So this is a beautiful shot, I think. Completely backlit, breaks all the rules, but still works artistically. Okay, shot by Mike Danneman, again backlit, but we've got this beautiful rim light on the smoke and steam above the locomotive. That casts a shadow on the snow, so that forms leading lines that point us right to the front of the locomotive here. And the low sun gives us this interesting texture of the snow-covered field. If the sun was higher, it would probably be just a flat white and would not look very good, but we've got this undulating texture here in the field, and we've got tracks of animals here, but no human footprints. Okay, so we get the sense of isolation. We're out in the west someplace, big sky, mountains in the distance, snow, and the front of the locomotive is right near the vertical third line on the left side of the frame. So it's a cool shot. Again, but excuse me, totally backlit. So I love this shot by Jerry Jordak. We know it's a railroad shot because even though this guy is completely silhouetted out, he's highlighted by this beautiful fine rim light all around him, and that shows us he has gauntlets on. He's got some kind of cap, gauntlets. He's got boots. We've got this glint light along the top of the rail and the top of the tie plates and the spikes. A little bit of smoke and steam back here, and he's carrying a lantern. So there's a railroad shot. This crewman is completely silhouetted out by the headlight of the locomotive. Breaks all the rules, but it's still an amazing shot, I think. I love this shot. Okay. And we can include the human element, right? Trains are run by humans, made and built and run by humans. This is out of my collection here. These guys, I'm not sure what they're reading, but again, being human beings, we look at human beings, we want to know what this says, okay? We want to go where their eyes go. So there's a story being told here. Are these orders? Is this the, message that says Japan attacked Pearl Harbor? We don't know. They're trying to read it by the light of lanterns and torches here. But a little story being told here, human element. You know, you wonder here the story being told, do we work for the machines or the machines work for us? So we contrast the, you know, the human figure with all this angular, shiny, oily, greasy machinery. Another shot here on the Western Maryland Scenic. Again, the human figure is contrasted by all this angular machinery in the background. Okay. The classic shot of the heroic engineer leading out the cab of the speeding locomotive. Okay. Fireman here, this is in the 844. He's got his hand on the atomizer, so he's controlling the amount of oil going into the firebox here. He's got his hat on backwards because we're speeding down the main line. The landscape is blurred, so again we've got the sensation that we're speeding down the main line. And I forget this guy's name. I think it was Ted, leading out the cab. Okay, and we can do this on our model railroad with figures. You know, we've got this guy waiting for the train to show up, and a sense of place here, the town of Maston. Okay, and then details. I sort of call these industrial still lifes, I guess, for lack of a better term. This is in the EBT shops. I was really taken by the textures and colors of the tools that were just laid down here as the guys walked away in 1955 or 56, and I thought that contrasted with the more organic texture of the ancient workbench here, lit by natural light coming from outside. Another sort of industrial still life, the organic coloring of this fall leaf contrasted with this dark steel of a coupler and cinders from a steam locomotive. Another one on my layout, the train is implied. There is no train here, but we have tracks, a sign, train order signal, a depot. So railroad shot nonetheless. Okay. And then use the light. Sometimes the light itself can be the subject. So here we've got the train implied by these blurred lights, light streaks, but the true subject, I think, is the Milky Way here. So this is a railroad shot, sort of, but it's pretty cool otherwise. Okay, you can get this low glint light setting sun along the locomotives and cars of this train, and causes interesting textures along the ballast and the sides of the rails and the ties here. Again, framed by inverted L shape of the signal bridge. Okay, and here's a shot again by Mitch Goldman. I'm assuming this is morning light. The smoke and steam of this, I think on the Western Maryland Scenic, being caught by the morning light, the low morning light here. This is just beautiful. I think that's the subject is not necessarily train. It's the light catching the smoke and steam here. Okay, and in this shot again, the train is implied. It's more of a nature shot, but we have the rails. Okay, and a little bit of a spiral here. Our eye wants to follow that into the woods. We've got this beautiful crepuscular light shining through the trees and a bird flying all over the track. So there's not even a train here, but it's still a railroad shot in my opinion. And with this, we're very, very far from your standard grade crossing wedge shot, but that's the potential that's out there. So, so the key is to photograph some place, not something. You know, give your viewer a sense of time and or place, or take a photograph not of something but about something. Okay, so sense of place here. Everyone knows this is the EBT yard at Orbizonia. So instead of zooming in or cropping in on the locomotive, you know, pull back, show the train in its environment to give a sense of place with the shop buildings here in the background. Okay, or tell a story. Here, this is also an EBT. We know it's a train here. We've got some train cars here, vintage car. Her expression, you know, she's holding her hands together. Maybe she put her mother on the train. Oh, I hope she gets there safely. And he's looking and got a completely different look on his face. He may be thinking, boy, I'm glad the old bat's gone. I don't know. But anyway, there's a little story being told here. Your mind can fill that in subconsciously. And I think makes the shot a little bit interesting. Okay, we can do that with figures on our railroad here. This is that winter shot I showed before without the AI winter on it. These guys are discussing the work to be done here at this town on my railroad. Okay, main thing is to think, you know, think about your shot before you get it if possible. You can pre-visualize. That means think about the shot you're going to get long before you get there. I sort of pre-visualized this shot about 18 months before I got it. I had this shot in my mind, but it had the stars had aligned just right. This is not far from my house, but I wanted a shot of a train going over the bridge, over the creek, with the leaf changing in the fall. The problem is this location is backlit most of the day, so it had to be a nearly completely overcast day to keep the sun from shining right into the camera and backlighting everything. So it took about 18 months for that to line up. but it did. I got a bunch of shots that day. Fortuitously in Walnut Creek here, there's a guy down here fishing in the hole for steelhead underneath the bridge, which I thought added a little human element to it. And so all that pre-visualization and planning paid off. BNSF paid me $500 to use this for a company publication, so that was worth it. We were out of Cajon one time, and we figured out, okay, the sun's going to come up about 7:30. We want that morning light. We were staying in my buddy's daughter's condo in Burbank. It's like, okay, if we want to get to Cajon from Burbank in time for the morning light, we got to gas up, eat, drive up there. We got to get up and be on the road by about 5:15. So I was like, okay, I got a lot of grumbling for that, but okay, we got to get up there. So sometimes, early bird gets the worm. If you want to get the nice morning light, you got to get up pretty early. But it worked out for this shot. Got some nice shot of the San Gabriels in the background with the snow on them. Okay, some tools to help you pre-visualize. I use the Photographer's Ephemeris. That's the name of the app, the Photographer's Ephemeris. I use it on my iPad. What this does, it's linked to Google Earth, and you can pull up any date or time in the U.S., drop a pin, and it will give you the sunrise, current sun angle, and sunset position on any given day. It also gives you moonrise and moonset if you're doing astrophotography. I don't use that as much. But here, for example, on Sunday, the 6th of October, 2024, at 1:28 p.m., the sun is right here, okay, shining right in here. North is at the top. Sunrise was on this line. Sunset will be here. So I know if I want the light right down the tracks, I'm going to have to wait till about probably 4:30 or 5 o'clock. To get that shot. So this is near CP97 right by my house. But this is a very useful tool to get an idea. Okay, we want to be here at such and such a time. Where's the sun going to be? What side of the tracks do we want to be on? So very useful tool. Photo Pills is another app I use on my phone. That's a little more technical. You can calculate depth of field and that kind of stuff with aperture. The cool thing is it's very useful for astrophotography. So I also have that app. And study the great photographers, the railroad photographers of the past, Beebe, Clegg, Shaughnessy, Hastings, Steinheimer, Kistler, Danneman, all those guys. And if you can buy their books cheap, at a swap meet or something, page through them, find out, okay, think to yourself, why does this photograph really look good? Why is this worthy of publication? And kind of break it down into some of these compositional elements we talked about, and try to figure out what they did and why they did it. You can join the Center for Railroad Photography and Art. They're actively preserving some of the collections, the photographs of some of these guys that have passed on, digitizing them for future generations. They put out a quarterly magazine on railroad photography and art, and it's very useful to page through that and see what's published by them and break them down mentally as far as compositions and why they're good. Okay, so some closing thoughts here. If you're posting on social media, only show your best work. If a photograph is not that great, don't put it out there. Only show your best stuff. Don't fall in love with every photo. A lot of times I'll come home with, hundreds of frames. Not everyone's a keeper. So I try to be pretty ruthless with culling and deleting off my hard drive. It saves space, number one. And number two, when I'm gone, the kids are not going to go through my hard drive and look at every frame. So just keep the good ones. Corollary to that is be your own worst critic, but not too much. I've got some photographs that were actually turned out pretty good, but when I was going through them, I'd ask my wife, is this any good? And she said, well, yeah, I like this or that stuff I didn't think about. Well, you should keep that one. So, okay. And it turns out later, yeah, when I edit it, it looks pretty good. So be kind of tough when you're culling your collection, but yeah, some things are worth a second look. Okay. And shoot what interests you, in a manner that interests you, the manner that you find fun. Don't shoot to chase clicks and likes on social media. I think that way lies madness. It just leads to unhappiness. So shoot what interests you. If you get clicks and likes, if you're posting on social media, all the more the better, or all the better. But shoot for yourself, basically. And the bottom line is make art and have some fun while doing it. And I guess we'll take questions.
Welcome back. I'm here with Mike to answer some of your questions. And I think we can start with one of the easier ones. What type of camera do you use?
Currently I'm shooting with a Nikon Z8. It's a full frame, mirrorless. offering from Nikon, obviously. I love that camera. It does everything I want to do and stuff I even haven't even figured out yet. Model photography on the layout. It will stack photos automatically. You don't have to adjust focus and snap, full frame and 45 megapixels gives you a lot of pixel depth to crop. I shoot a lot of wildlife and bird photos, so shooting tiny birds, it helps to make them bigger in the frame. So I love it. I started out though with a Nikon, what was it, a D300, I think, and then traded up when my Nikon came out with their mirrorless system to the Z8. So,
Um, what does denoise mean?
denoise is a software algorithm that takes out noise from the digital noise from relatively high ISO if you're in low light. It smooths it out, makes it go away. The algorithms for that now are very good. In the first hour, that's more technical. Obviously, we didn't do here. I talk about ISO, and when I shoot, I basically shoot manual. I get the aperture and the shutter speed I want, and I let the ISO float. The Z8 will go up to ISO 25,800, I think. So the key thing is to get the shot. And then if there's too much digital noise because the ISO is too high, there's not enough light, you can fix most of that with software in post-processing. So I use Lightroom. There's a module for denoise in Lightroom now that you have to shoot raw, and that's a whole other discussion. But that's built into Lightroom. That's very good. There's third-party software out there. DxO has a denoise. Capture One, I think, has a denoise. There's a lot of third-party software out there, but I usually use the denoise that's in Lightroom. But it cleans up digital noise from low light.
Is there an advantage to shooting in RAW format?
Absolutely. And again, in the first hour, I would talk about that. RAW gives you as much data that can be captured to use later. So in the data in RAW, it contains more dynamic range. It allows you to handle noise better. It allows you to handle color, balance, all those other settings are more easily adjusted, and you have more latitude when shooting RAW than if you just shoot straight JPEG. I liken it to RAW is a file format that contains all the ingredients to bake the cake, but the cake isn't baked until you convert it to a JPEG. If you take a JPEG straight out of camera, the cake is baked. You can't unbake it and change things after the fact. You can, but you don't have the latitude you have with shooting RAW. So I shoot RAW. Usually I shoot JPEG and RAW together. The same.
And so it would have more information. It's a larger file.
Correct. It's a larger file. It's the downside is a larger file. It takes longer to pull off the card. You have to have larger storage requirements for your computer, that sort of thing. So yeah, there's downsides to it, but I think the advantages outweigh the downsides. At least they do for me. So
yeah. Okay, I have a couple entry-level questions. If I were to start with only a cell phone, what do you recommend to get better pictures?
Okay. Well, composition is number one. You can have the fanciest camera in the world, but if you don't have the eye, and I mean, I'm a hack. I constantly work on that kind of thing, is the composition. But there's a few things that can help you in your cell phone. Number one, if you dig into the settings in your phone, most of the newer phones have a setting in there that you can put in a grid when you're looking at to take a photo, put in a grid, and usually that's divided into rule of thirds. So automatically that will give you a guide to set up the rule of thirds if you're taking a photograph. A lot of cameras also have a level function in there. So if you set level and the grid up in your viewfinder camera settings on your phone, that'll help you a lot. Because if you're unlevel and you have to crop it to make the photo level, the phones don't have as much latitude of pixels to throw away. So you don't want to throw any more pixels than you have to. So make that photo as level as you can get in your camera. The other thing is if your camera, I don't know if you can see it here, your camera has multiple lenses, shoot at the focal length of the multiple lenses. If you're shooting at a focal length in between them, there's some computational photography that happens in the phone that is a blending of the different focal lengths. I think one here is 17, one is 24, the other one is 70. If I'm shooting at, say, 50 millimeters, the camera is melding digitally the views through the two different lenses to get the equivalent of a 50 millimeter view. And so you can't again unbake that cake. So you get more control, you get better accuracy of the actual view that you're getting if you shoot at the native resolution of each of the lenses. The other thing you can do is if you want your photos to pop right out of the camera, is go to your settings for your photos and turn your color settings to vivid. That will punch up the colors and a little color contrast and all that kind of stuff, so that right out of your phone, they'll look pretty darn good. So those are some basic things. The main thing with your cell phone is composition, because you're not going to be able to throw away a lot of pixels by cropping and that kind of thing in post-processing. Shoot at native resolution if you have multiple lenses, and turn on your grid and level to help you compose the shot better.
Another entry-level question. What entry-level image editing software do you recommend?
I like Lightroom. I've used Lightroom for, gosh, 25 years. I'm pretty facile with it, I like to think. Unfortunately, you gotta have a subscription to Adobe. They do offer a relatively inexpensive bundle, I think, with Photoshop and Lightroom together. It's like, I don't know, $19 a month or something like that. But there are equivalent freeware things out there, open source. I don't have any experience with them. I don't know what the learning curves are like, but I'm trying to think of the one. GIMP is a freeware. There's another one that's a freeware that escapes me at the moment. I talk about that a little bit again in the first hour that we didn't do here, but there is freeware out there. But I use Lightroom. So,
do you abide by any important safety practices while photographing trains?
well, that's a good one. Well, try not to trespass. A buddy and mine have our motto when rail fanning is "Let's not get arrested today." So, I mean, that's a big thing. So try not to trespass. Don't scare the train crews. Stay 25 feet back or whatever the rule is from the active right away, and kind of let the train crew see you, that you're just you've got a camera in your hand, not a gun or something else like that. And don't climb on the equipment. That basic don't be stupid kind of stuff. I think the main rule of thumb is don't scare the crews. To be fair with
Yeah.
those guys.
Yeah, it's good for everybody. I mean,
Right,
there'll
it's
be
good for
some
everybody. I mean,
other
it's pretty rural
photographer out
here.
there.
I could do pretty much whatever I want, but still, when the guy goes by, give him a little wave. Show him that you're not a complete idiot, that kind of thing. A friend of mine, his son is a conductor on NS, so we kind of get an idea of what those guys have to deal with on a daily basis.
Wow, wow. What settings should I change when shooting on a sunny day versus a cloudy day?
Well, that's going to be a case by case basis. I mean, you want to have a relatively deep depth of field, because you're outdoors. You want the whole scene in focus, unless you're trying to change your depth of field for artistic purposes. So anywhere from f8 to f11, you want to freeze the train if it's moving, and usually I think the inverse of the train speed times 10. So if the train's doing 25 miles an hour, you want to have a 1/250th of a second shutter speed minimum to freeze the train, so you don't get blurring. And other than that, you might have to adjust that depending on the lighting. But what I do is I set that manually in the camera and then let the ISO float. So if it's a sunny day and the ISO is 100, great. If it's a cloudy, rainy, snowy day or whatever like that, and the ISO climbs to 6,400, even 10,000, I can take care of any noise with that in post processing. So that's pretty variable. The key is to get the shot. The ISO is secondary. So I don't know if that makes sense. Shutter speed and depth of field, those have an artistic effect. ISO, it really doesn't add anything creatively to the shot. All it is a measure of how much light is on the scene, and you can fix that later. If that makes sense.
It does. It does. Thank you so much. This is a really great clinic and really enjoyable. I got a lot out of it. I know a lot of people were interested in what you had to say, and thank you so much, Mike.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your attention, and thanks for the opportunity, everybody.
We'll be back welcome back.
Go
We're here
ahead.
for the drawing. Chuck is joining us to spin the wheel.
All right. Well, welcome to the drawings for two $50 gift certificates from our sponsor tonight, Interaction Hobbies. Interaction Hobbies is dedicated to supplying high quality, unique kits and components. They are a husband and wife team with a love for all things miniature and a passion for the rails. Their backgrounds in design and aviation gave them a foundation for accurate, precise attention to detail and quality. For myself, I have a few of their detail kits and they're fantastic to work with. And I have my eye on a couple of their structure kits too. But I still am working on my layout, so they're on the back burner for now. But I do plan to purchase a couple of additional kits. But check out what they have to offer an N, HO, S, and O. And I think, Andy, you said they even had TT. I didn't see that.
TT. Yeah.
But go to interactionhobbies.com. Now, tonight, Daryl Jacobs was supposed to join us from Interaction Hobbies, but he's unable to because he's traveling. But he asked us to press on with the drawing, so I've asked Andy to help. So I'm going to spin the wheel, and he is going to announce the winner. And we're gonna have two winners tonight. So I know that some people are anxious out there, and we wish them well when we spin the wheel. But so here it goes. We're going to spin it for the first time.
$72. Okay, 72 is Catherine Knowles.
All right. Congratulations, Catherine. So we'll remove Catherine from the list, and we will give it one more spin.
$37. 37 is Thomas Cook. Congratulations, Thomas.
Yes, congratulations to both winners tonight. And thank you, Andy, for your help. And a big thank you to Daryl at Interaction Hobbies for his continued support. Again, check out their website at interactionhobbies.com. And Andy, would you like to announce the next segment?
Yes, the next segment is our layout tour of the Raquette Lake Railway by John Valachovic. And let's roll speed.
So I'm John Valachovic. Welcome to the Raquette Lake Railway in N-scale. Layout is about 9 years old. It actually was featured in a clinic 3 years ago for NERx, if you want to go back and look at that. It is circa 1920. My philosophy is the overall, so I'm trying to go for an overall picture. If you look at my rolling stock, some will be accurate, some might be a little young, but what I'm trying to do is go for just the whole picture and not be fixated on particular things. Like I said, it's about 9 years old. The room that we're in is a former woodshed that was literally made out of scrap lumber. And over time, I sheetrocked it and insulated. It was about a 20-year project to get where we are. So my interests are a lot pointed towards scratch building and prototype research. This is Carter, and the buildings here are kit bashes and scratch builds to reflect that. The layout is controlled by NCE. I'm a big fan of NCE, and I also use JMRI to run phones for the layout. So I control the layout with an SB, which allows me up to 5 throttles, plus the wireless. We operate using car cards. I looked at a lot of systems. There's various things. There's 3x5 cards with paper clips, a lot of different stuff. I always went back to the waybills and the car cards. I do it a little differently. It's a very small layout, and I wanted to make sure we had work every session. So the numbers on the cards control the shift. So if we're on day 1, all the cards are on day 1. They tell you what to do. That allowed me to really control and make sure there would be a car for every siding or a couple cars for every siding. Now, a couple years in, I've gotten to the point where I've started adding other cars. So some sessions are a little bit busier than other sessions. We've tried to work through the bugs. I don't have a regular crew. I often have beginners or novices in here, And so I haven't hit that spot where I had to make a lot of changes because everybody's figuring it out. Every time I operate, there's at least one or two people who have never touched this layout, and in some cases never operated at all. We try to run a schedule of freight and passenger, although like many model railroad owners, passenger is often the first thing to get sacrificed in an operating session. I try not to do that. I try to run at least some of our passengers. There's also some logging trains. This layout is the main line is the Raquette Lake Railway, which ran from Carter at Adirondack Division, and it ran east to Raquette Lake. It's 25 miles. This section right here is the Adirondack Division. This is the only visible part of the Adirondack Division, and the real railroad and my railroad start on a Y. So it travels 25 miles to Raquette Lake. There's a return loop at Raquette Lake. There was in real life. There is my layout. I also wanted to incorporate a logging line. We'll get over to it, but there's a logging line that comes off of the yard and goes up through a switchback and out to a logging camp. Because this was an old woodshed, there's not a square corner or a plumb corner in this entire building. So when I designed the layout, I wanted it to be not dependent about fitting inside of a corner. The whole layout is supported on metal shelf brackets with wooden L girders with risers. I'm a surveyor by trade. I designed the layout in AutoCAD. I figured out all the grades in AutoCAD and all the clearances, and I was able to transfer those drawings to the construction. I build layouts with foam or cardboard or various things. This layout, like many of us, I had a pile of Amazon boxes. So I did cardboard webbing for almost all the scenery in here. There's minor pieces of foam, and there's a lot of plaster work. I did a lot of plaster work because it's the Adirondacks. I'm about frugality. So a few of the trees I'll point out are plastic trees that people kind of dismiss at train shows. I found by repainting them and flocking them with static grass, they look great. I've had people laugh at me because I bought them and then came and saw the layout and admired the trees, and I'll point out that those are the trees you laughed at. But this layout is an example of frugality. I used a total of 2.5 sheets of 3/4 inch 5-ply plywood, sanded one side to do the whole layout. I drew it in AutoCAD, I cut it all out in pieces, and I put it all together. You could do it without AutoCAD, but there's not an enormous amount of lumber in this layout. There's not an enormous amount of anything in this layout. So we'll start the tour here at Carter. Like I said, a lot of the buildings are scratch built or kit bashed. To me, model railroading is a time machine. When I come through the door into my train room, I'm looking at Carter Y 1920 as it might have been. If you travel the Adirondack Railroad, you'll pass through Carter, and it's just a wide spot, a big clearing. There's a couple buildings left, but not many. With this layout, I've recreated what it was like. So as we go through Carter, the next thing we go into is the sawmill. The sawmill is Thompson Dix Sawmill. Governor Dix in the late 1800s had a stand of timber that he needed to get out. He built a short railroad spur to get it out. In my time, I've designed the sawmill complex because he finally smartened up and found out it would be better to ship lumber instead of timber. So on the left-hand side, there's an engine house, and there is a early mill. That mill is a hardwood mill. The kit is an N-scale kit. The innards are a HO farm sawmill, a woodland scenic sawmill that I converted to the space. There's a log dump for dumping softwood logs into the pond. And then the big mill, which would be the quote-unquote modern mill for 1920, is a bandsaw mill. They would use a jackworks to pull the softwood logs out, cut them on the bandsaw, and then send them out. This project I've been working on recently to finish it up. The jackworks are laser cut, designed by me, and then laser cut on my own laser. And the main building is scratch built from styrene. The platform is scratch built from styrene. And I'm trying to represent, although in the real world there would be much larger lumber piles, what a soft mill would be like at the turn of the century. Up above it is a reservoir. to feed the pond with more water and to feed steam for the steam boilers. I've taken influence from some Adirondack paintings to get the colors on my background. On the other side of the pond, and we'll circle back, is one of the logging landings. I'll show you the Raquette Lake, and then we'll cover the logging line. As you come around on the lower level, this is Roundax Station. Roundax was a flag stop. There were a few flag stops on the Raquette Lake near the bigger hotels, and they would go out and they would put the flag out when their guests were getting ready to leave. So that's scratch built. It's probably the only one I'll do. I don't have room for all of the stations. So as we come around the bend, we're heading into Eagle Bay. In the background is where the logging line comes out. Eagle Bay had a very large hotel. It burnt, I believe, in the 40s or the 30s. But Eagle Bay really just had a station in the hotel. In my case, I put a 2-track yard in where we do some extra classification on operations. So the first 2 locals, their cars come here and then get sorted for final distribution. I find it helps open up the yard when we're running. This is Eagle Bay Hotel. I am working on the roofs. Again, that was drawn in CAD and laser cut by me. I have to finish the porches and stuff like that. But building it around the pole has proven to be interesting. This is Fourth Lake on the Fulton Chain. Hardwood logs don't float as well as softwood. A lot of times in the Adirondacks, we would make large rafts of soft pine floats and cover them with hardwood logs. They would float them across the lake and then unload them up a jackworks and take them from there. So this is a platform for hardwood coming off of the other parts of the Fulton Chain going to the mill. As we come around, we come to Uncas Station. There's an Uncas Road and there was a Camp Uncas. This is a really old Railway Express kit, I believe, that I had for years and finally found a good spot for it. So coming into Raquette Lake, we come around the bend past the beaver pond. There's more work to be done on the rocks, but I wanted to do a visual separation between it and the logging camp up above. The first 2 buildings we come across are the warehouse and the ice house. Those buildings existed in Raquette Lake, but different shape and different style. As we come around the return loop, there's an engine house in the back and a second track for storage. And as we come around more, there's a pier where they also would float boxcars across Raquette Lake over to Blue Mountain Lake. Raquette Lake, the village, I've tried to recreate the high points. So I have Raquette Lake Supply and I have Raquette Lake, the Raquette Lake Hotel. Raquette Lake Hotel was scratch built, cut from laser. I had it judged at the last convention. And then Raquette Lake Supply is a heavy duty kit bash of a set of Lifelike general stores. So this area is coming along well. It has a few more things to do, plus the groundwork. The station that was at Raquette Lake, I didn't have room. It actually fit between the tracks and the lake. It was intermodal. So I'm going to end up building another station to replace it on the other side of the Raquette Lake Hotel. The store and the hotel burnt in 1927, and I put together both of these from old photos and postcards. So we're going to work our way backwards now. This is Camp 53 in front of us on the upper level. Camp 53 is a representation of the end of the line on a logging line in the Adirondacks. On the left-hand side is a scratch-built mess hall and dormitory building. They were log buildings, equal size with a dog track between them. One side would be the dining hall, one side would be the dormitory. The roofs were tar paper with battens, which is how I modeled it. The next building over is the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith and the stables were really important in this time period because they were doing still a lot of logging with horses, although they were starting to make inroads. There's a steam skidder on the flat car in the front here coming in. As you go through the rest of Camp 53, there's a small station one of the first jobs of the day is parked in front of the station. That's the local going down, bringing the loggers, and more importantly, the loggers' wives to the big train interchange to be able to do their shopping. All right, so as we come through the wall, we're going to come past Uncas Landing. Uncas Landing is just a 2-track landing. There's a scratch-built log decks on there where they would load the logs onto the trains. So as we come along, we're going to come to the passing siding. There's a very, very short passing siding here, but it's important, especially when you are trying to switch Uncas Landing to get around your cars. So it sits above Eagle Bay, and then we drift on down the grade. Most of the grades here are, I think some of this pushes 2.5–3% coming through on the logging line. And we come down across the log bridge, across the switchback, or the track for the switchback, and then we come through into Odell Landing and reverse and go back down through on the switchback, back down the Eagle Bay yard. So it's not a super involved logging line, but there's switching along the whole way, and some good interest. I've modeled some different areas that are growing over. There was another area on the side where there had been a burn. There's another area where we've cut all the logs. So I'm trying to impart the feeling that there's been logging done. So I'm trying to capture the feel of the Adirondacks, and a big part of the culture was lean-tos and guides. There's an artist who has been an influence on my color palette. He was one of the members of the Hudson River School. His name was A.F. Tate. He's great because he was super, super commercial. He sold everything he did to Curry and Ives and get it turned into calendars. This photo right here is called A Good Time Coming On. It's a lean-to in the Adirondacks. The guy who in the suit coat is the sport, and the other guys are the guides. So I used this as an influence on my camp scene. So I only have some hidden trackage for the Adirondack Division. Adirondack Division is just a large loop, and its only purpose is to bring traffic back and forth to Carter. This is the hidden trackage under the layout. Most people don't even notice it after they've been operating the layout for a while. So this is the staging yard. The staging yard represents 2 geographical locations on the planet. It represents Utica, and it represents Tupper Lake and points north. The way I've designed this layout is all the traffic for the Adirondack Division leaves this yard. It's 2 tracks leaving the yard, one northbound and one southbound, so the staging yard operator has to pay attention if he's running a northbound or southbound for what track he's running out on. I do a little bit of a different system. I don't block my trains unless I'm short-handed. I tend to have everything shuffled, and then the staging operator has to put together the trains. My fear was if we blocked all the trains, then they would overwhelm the rest of the layout because they'd be able to just fire the trains out. So when this operator starts, his first 2 trains are very difficult because the cars are scattered all in here. When they get to the second and third and fourth trains, there's many fewer cars to deal with. So they put together the trains, they go out, they do their work. When they come back, they live on the arrival track while he does the rest of their work. And at the end of the session, they reshuffle everything back into the staging yard. And it keeps a randomness. I then go through all the car cards, I flip all the waybills, I reset up all the trains. So it's even if somebody remembered how they set it when they left it, it's different by the time they get here. The boxes are set up in the order. I try to make this whole layout be really intuitive. And if you're an experienced operator, you don't need the things. But if you are somebody who's unsure or new to this layout, I want you to be comfortable. So it tells you the trains in order. All you got to do is pull the cars and send them out on their way. I have instructions clipped up here. I have the schedule clipped up here. I have tips and tricks to make your life easier clipped up in here. I have the same thing at the sawmill. Some operators look at it and follow it, and some people just intuitively figure it out. This is the most important. This is the instructions of what's going out and in the order that the things are going out in. This is the other big yard on the layout. It has yard tracks for the sawmill complex, and it has yard tracks for the rest of the work on the layout. The way this is set up is you have to pull the cars for the 2 locals. There's 2 locals on the layout. Pull those first, and then start pulling the cars to go out on the locals on the Adirondack division. This is a very deceptive yard. People get halfway through the session and they think they're ahead, and then all the trains start coming in from staging, and they're very quickly overwhelmed. Or they forget they have to still switch the different logging, the dumps, and the scaling track, and all the other work. So there's a lot of work in this yard. Very popular yard with my operators. People operate this yard once, and they want to do it again and again. All right. So we're going to follow the milk train out to Raquette Lake. We're going to travel through the Y and head over towards the sawmill. We have no work for Thompson-Dix, so we're just going to proceed on through the yard. Continuing up the grade, coming into Uncas Station. We're coming around the return loop at Raquette Lake, getting ready to head back on down the line. So our southbound coach is going to stop for a quick stop at the station here at Carter while it's on its way back down towards Utica. We're going to continue our route down. The Hudsons aren't of my time, but they were way too tempting. So the layout does have an operator's or a dispatcher's office. I run JMRI with a panel. It's got a schematic of the layout, and we run with a modified Form 19. The Form 19s really just give a basic instruction to the operators. Most people don't even use them, and then they'll have a question, and I'm like, well, it's on the Form 19. Just run it off an old raggedy computer, and it allows me to run the Wi-Fi to run the throttles. So that concludes the layout tour. Thanks so much for watching. I'm always happy to share this layout. I share my progress on my Facebook group, which is Raquette Lake Railway in N scale. Feel free to look me up. I also have a second page called Val's Modeling File Box, where I dump everything that's not Raquette Lake. It'd be great to have more members join, and I post very regularly on there. Thanks again for visiting.
Thanks for joining us on the second day of the NERx. Join us again tomorrow and Thursday. There'll be 2 more days of clinics, layout tours, and roundtables. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. See you tomorrow.